matter as well. Maybe magically in tune, if Califax is available.
I heard something about from Rayo, so they might be a little bit busy. So.
Is this true? I digress. You have all the resources you need here, of course. If you need anything else, I will try to find it. Hello there, welcome, welcome. We have tea.
Yeah.
This blend has honey in it.
Oh, nice.
It is quite warm. We'll be off. Then. I will plan on giving myself a little bit of a relaxing day today. But if you need me, let me know. It's been quite busy.
Yeah, especially yesterday. Ugh.
I am not going to kill anyone yet.
Unless of course they like mess with your house again.
Speaking of which,
Room
I have sent away
temperature.
those mutagens to the tower. They have given me a report about them, as well as their severity. It's a party. Parties. Oh, hello, Cell. Oh, you golden, you lovely, you. How are you? Oh, you're making my day better. Do you have a name?
I mean, to be fair,
If
people are
anything
not.
happens to that bird, it's over. We're all gonna die.
It's the bird or the house.
Oh, is this cards?
So.
On the saddle, you see two emblems. One's for the Agricultural Guild. The other one is a symbol that says AB.
Hey, AB! That's your name, yeah?
Bite the frog.
AB.
Don't actually bite the frog.
Did you just communicate
You're not
with the
Amber
bird?
Leaf, no. I kid. I never. But it's good to see you're part of the Agricultural Guild, so that is fine. We always appreciate the guild. Oh, here. Here's some greens.
Oh, it's the man that was small.
Hello there. Hello there, all of you. Little Rraun, how are you? Are you missing, your mama? I'm sure she's out somewhere. Don't worry. Yeah.
She probably no. She'll make. I don't like her being sad. Resist temptation. Resist the temptation to make the child sad.
Here's some cookies. Enjoy some, dear.
Hi, Doctor.
Hello there. How are you doing?
I could be better. I'm recovering after that heart attack.
Engaging with orcs is not something to be taken lightly.
Trying to help. Well, and one fell on top of me, and now my shoulder's. What's happening over there?
Once that happens,
Are those people?
may I take a
Am I
look?
allowed to annoy those people? Am I allowed to annoy them? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not going to remove clothing. I'm simply going to apply very light pressure so I understand which spots are the most sore. Okay? He's going to place a finger very gently. Check. Okay. I see that. You're definitely obvious bruising. Bones must trying to reset themselves properly because of shoes jamming. I have something for you. Yeah. Before you sleep, apply this to the areas that are most sore. I recommend not wearing clothing when you sleep on this so the skin can breathe, yeah?
Of course, thankfully it can change forms for that to happen.
Of course. Take some time. It should take a few days. You should be back to normal. It will help you sleep.
And the problem is I'm going to visit my parents next week. Oh, very
help you on that. I am not a parent at the moment.
Have you seen Julian around?
Julian, I have not, nor have I seen Poppy.
Why is that chicken so big? You guys like magic it?
If I see them, I will let you know.
Because they're coming with me.
Of course, dear. Everything good in here?
I know that. I feel that. Feel that. Feel weird. That's a strange one, though.
That's great.
He needs it.
Oh shit, are people killing each other? Can I watch?
It's a sweet escape from the cold reality.
Right. I will leave this cup of tea by her side. The warm honey could help win. Be nice little wake me up.
I thought you were gonna throw it on her.
Why would I do that? I would be teleported out of Aether before I had a chance.
Wake up call. You said
Oh, yes.
I tell you,
no
wake
different.
people up in Icefell.
This is mine house, mine rules. There's none of that going on.
It may be different in Icefell, but you gotta remember that there are light sleepers.
Technically, you don't sleep.
What sleep?
You saw the notice, didn't you?
Forgive me, many letters have been sent to me these past few days. Let me check my inventory. Yeah, I found it. I received a message from Reese. Just a Tower of Purgation. No other letters.
There's a notice that was posted around and put in the mailbox I noticed outside the guild.
I did not know. Apologies. What was it about?
Feydark.
It's a fate arc, I see. I am unaware of it. I will discuss more on it as what's going on, but... Mew Mew...
In
So
short,
most likely try to find
Arabana is coming here.
I see.
To speak with the magistrate regarding me, so
Yes.
things may go out of my hand.
Here we go. Letter. Also asked for his bound custom meets much. Special regards. Bring back the Fedor. Cannot have that. How about we have it on seriously? Along with several high classes, come reason with the magistrate. If reason cannot be made between the planes, the magistrate conflict will most likely follow. What fate? Scheiße.
2 days.
Oh no.
2 days. We'll keep that in mind, dear. Technically, we could keep you under certain quarantine due to the fact that you are ill.
As long as I keep myself covered up, I'd still have to see her.
Of course.
I still have a duty
You
to the
also
court,
continue-
even if I abandoned it.
Very well. But if you need delayed time, there's that option. Since there's a quarantine.
Mimu very good at creating distractions.
I don't think a quarantine will be necessary. As long as I keep having heat rocks delivered by Julian. And your potions are helping suppress most of the issues.
Right, well, we will see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll keep that in mind. I will be there for it. So, you do have my protection under the guild. I should at least be there to support you, regardless of what may happen.
Yep. as a creature. Right, what to do now?
Because of your kindness to you, if my business is low and you are near this star, I will gladly move to a separate star that is open.
After you speak with me, I would recommend speaking with Doctor.
Fly like what is that one song? Fly like a beautiful butterfly. It involves what they call hot.
They're going on a mission, I'm guessing.
Yes, you're departing with sulfur. It's going to be quite interesting, but
They're gone.
You're not going with them?
Oh. They're probably gonna
They had a
die.
little bit of a party.
Probably.
Torg always getting into the thick of things.
Because he's the
Oh, that's just
biggest, strongest, most armored
Or demon.
berserker around.
Or wraith.
You worry for him as chiefess, of course. That's only natural.
There's a lot of words being thrown around. I'm not sure I understand any of them.
I'm gonna get some bread.
Good morning.
Maybe some dried meat.
Morning.
Yes, food. Something heavy.
See if we can look for Julian. The bartender? Yeah.
But
The
Wayne?
bard?
Wayne, I think you're sinking into the ground.
Wayne.
Oh, he's alive.
No.
You're in the ground, though. Now you're above the ground.
I actually was able to dig through it. Once.
Rogue,
I wonder if I can do
a
it
rogue
again.
melt into stone spell. Upcast.
Let's see if we can find more. There's a tiny... Hey, bud. Friend.
Cast magic in case something wayward happens. If you can get it confirmed that there is no mutagen left in your system, we can start identification spells.
Do you sleep well?
scryings, things to see if there are any magical
Actually,
abilities.
how long were we out?
Shadowy creature
What?
with horns and like a
My
broken
back
mask that
hurts.
lifted me up off my feet.
From what?
I can't be certain that was
Well,
a
They propped her up
From
against the wall.
Hallucination.
Re-describe it. See, a shadowy figure with horns and
You might need to get yourself
It looked like a
closer to the
mask of
ground there.
sorts. It was broken.
Yeah.
It was all
Okay,
black.
if that's important to you.
story is how I
Just-
remember it.
I
But
feel-
then again, I was getting choked out.
Shorter?
Shorter than normal. I don't know. Yeah.
No, you're quite the height I recall you at.
I am.
Hmm.
there is something I can give you, but
Maybe it's the fact that you're still wearing
Yes.
high heel combat
it may
boots.
be something that we've seen around the island.
What? She likes to feel tall.
Passion.
Looks like if you splice together a
Jeez.
horse and an elephant.
Yes. Makes me more intimidating.
It is difficult to say. If it is not a hallucination, it is this figure that has been seen around the island. It would be prudent of me to give you a scroll of sanctuary. If you have mutagen in your system, it would be advised of me to give it to you. Make it your first priority to speak with one of the healers and get tested for any lingering mutagens. Once you come back to me with that
Right,
answer,
so the
I can hand
question's
you
still out.
I can either
How
hand
long
you the
were we
scroll
asleep?
of
I don't know. Where did you go?
sanctuary to protect you if this is
We were
this
at the
shadowy
tower
figure
with
sanctuary
Callum.
spell
Same
seems to be
place
effective
we
against
were
it.
the day
Protection
before.
wise, at least. And if this is some sort of mystical affliction upon your mind,
Something happened? Did you...
Dusk, right?
see to it. But
You're Dusk, yes?
as it stands,
Where
that's
do you
all I
go?
can do for you at the moment.
What happened?
I appreciate it
Did you
nonetheless. You've
forget
been
Who are you
something?
and what did you do with the real Dusk?
Are you a spy? Then why are you asking all these questions?
Thank you, my
I'm
friend.
trying to figure out where you
If there's
even
anything else I
went.
can do for you, please let me know. I'm around.
Well, the real Dusk would know.
You weren't in Aether yesterday.
Assistance to the island of Aether
What is my favorite
helped
color?
enough.
Why would I know that? I don't know you that.
Most definitely in Aether. Who are you and what have you done with the real Dusk?
You weren't in Aether yesterday. You were gone all day.
My pleasure. May the fate weavers be kind.
No, we were most definitely in Aether. I woke up
May the birds
in a
sing
place
your
that I
name.
won't tell you because you're not the real Dusk.
You woke up in the Magistrate Tower. Yes, I know
She's
that.
not real. Hold on.
It is good to see
Oh shit,
the
she
both
is
of you
real.
up and about.
What?
Yes.
Did you go somewhere and
Thank you.
get your memories wiped? For like the last
No, you're the
24
one-
hours?
What are you on about? You're the one who doesn't remember where we were.
I don't even know where you
And what we
went. You weren't in
having
Aether.
there.
I feel like this is what happens when
Yes, we were. We fell asleep, passed out, more like it.
Did you have a Did you have a dream that you went somewhere?
Might partially be my issue here, my fault here. I put a perception ward upon the both of you while you were resting, so no one would perceive your presence there.
How long were we out?
Yes, that's the
About-
question right now.
I believe it was a full day.
Oh shit.
Ugh.
It's like,
Well,
it's like I
that's fine.
didn't see you at all in Aether. That's why I didn't know where you went.
Well, you
Well,
just told
evidently we
Yeah,
were
you were in the
invisible.
you were
Did you know
in the
where we were
tower.
before
You
we
were-
suddenly disappeared.
You were.
Did you not?
They were resting within the magistrate's tower.
Hey,
Oh, that is a very large and strange looking chicken. Oh my gosh.
that's a chocobo. I believe it works at the agriculture guild.
Yes. There
Oh, it
are
works
many
here.
It probably helps out
Does it work or
Mr.
is it like
maintain
Bryant.
their longevity.
Probably a
I've recently
transport.
reapplied mine. With the help
I see. They're not
Yes,
raising
we were
them for
helping
food.
Califax, just as we had been
Right.
the day before.
yes, and there was yes. Califax was fine yesterday. He's back there.
Your focus.
Oh,
Me
all right,
too.
all right. Here's some bread. Enjoy.
Is that the chocobo?
That is a chocobo.
That's
That's
probably
good.
right.
What?
Just
Distinct,
checking to be sure.
really non-distinct
Right.
bird.
Giant chicken.
I'm assuming since you have
Garrick.
moved us away, and you're up and about, that how are you today, Califax?
Well, I'm pretty sure if, yeah, you know, if it was the other thing, then we would be dead. Or not perhaps
Most likely,
not
yes.
sitting here having a pleasant conversation and questioning whether or not she's a mimic, some sort of spy.
Did that one like split off via mitosis or something? Why are the two of them now?
I'm not the only one.
Well, you see, she planted a fingernail in the ground, and over the last couple months, I've been growing over in the orchard. Orchard.
Orchid, orchard, both work.
And then I finally
Oh
matured.
no, orchid is a flower.
And they plucked me from the tree, and
Orchard is a.
right. More like what do they call it when you put two plants together and try to make something weird?
Still
Oh,
Halifax, you're dying over there.
mumbo jumbo
good news for the both of
magic
you.
something.
The How
That
dare
is
you?
not. He's
You were-
clearly alive.
You were. It
and
sounded
well,
like you were
and not
dying.
A surprisingly old man.
Sorry.
You actually look quite well, which is a very good thing.
No, you're
preferable.
being insulted.
You look
Yes,
great for your
certainly.
age.
What
That's
the
what you're
fuck?
saying.
I just
That's
said he
that's
looks
what
great.
you should be saying.
Looks
Thank
great
you for the
for a guy.
validation,
quite
fake
well.
dog.
Right.
You dropped the O word
Yes,
on
this
him.
one's Dawn.
I don't.
This one must be Dawn.
Who are you?
That's Dawn. I'm Julia. And
Well, I know.
Dusk Rain.
Are you sure everyone's calling you Don now?
You did
Dawn
this.
Snow. I did do this.
You do realize
very
that
proud of
you do
myself, too.
realize the rain is spelled R-E-I-N.
Yes, and you realize that's the first time it's ever been spelled out to me.
What you selling?
To be honest, I didn't know how to
Anyways.
spell her name either.
Jokes aside.
But now I know.
So a day and some of a night.
Dawn, and like in the evening, you know, on a particularly
By
stormy day.
chance, at some point today, would we be able to look over that thing I was talking to you about yesterday?
Ooh, secrecy.
Apparently, no secrets have been revealed to me. So I need to reach back out to the one who created it.
I see.
So not today, perhaps tomorrow, but the day after.
I'm in like another dimension now.
So is it at least an
Don't
evening,
make fun of
or
Can I buy it? Can I buy it?
Evening what?
Then perhaps maybe we can speak of something
Wha-
else then. Maybe a
What
bit
are you on
later
now?
when you have
What
the time.
question
does
are
the
you?
question not make sense?
Let me go steal some
Was it an evening
no.
what?
When you were born, how you got your name?
I don't remember.
I'll be right back.
It's been 200
Gotta
years.
let
Do you
the
think
rest
I would
of the
remember how I got my name?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're looking at me for then.
Meow.
Never mind. I'm sure the cat is a person.
That was a weird meow that I just heard as I walked away.
No,
Given
it
that
was
you're
not a
not,
meow. It was a
you know.
person who said meow. That looks like a cat.
You
Probably
do
a
not appear
druid.
to be actively dying. I'm assuming the others were successful. And given that you're not trying to, you know, throw something at us, this means that
What, you think he's Palpatine?
we're okay.
Up here, right up here.
Who?
Hi, Damien.
Very. if
Halifax,
you've
we're
got
having a
something
bit of
stuck in your throat-
trouble hearing you.
throat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got something caught in your throat, I think.
One-sided.
didn't fix
It's
everything,
a
you've gotta go
one-sided
back in.
conversation. You have to ask him yes or no questions so he can shake his head.
Wait, did I leave anything inside there? Did I leave any of my daggers or maybe
I doubt
maybe
it.
one of my fists? Okay.
That'd be very
That fist.
That would be very awkward, yes. I'd have to go back in there and get in.
That brings up an interesting question given your abilities. I'll save it for later.
Alright.
Do you have any sisters?
No. I had one brother, but not a
Brothers,
sister.
maybe?
Yes, just a brother.
Was his name Don Snow?
No, it was not.
So I didn't get any copper, but I found this book in that house thing over there.
Good.
I think it's worth something. It was on the desk.
Dawn Snow. It sounds like someone that would send someone around to collect the taxes. The unofficial taxes.
I hate it. I hate it.
Nonsense. It sounds very official.
Hate it.
You know nothing, Don Snow.
Started with freaking Sizzle accidentally calling me Dawn instead of Dusk. Fucking hell.
You know, for dating a librarian, I'm not very well read. Maybe that's what she likes.
Definitely still have something caught in your throat. And I don't know what it is.
Might want to, like, could be part of his beard, maybe? There's a lot of beard there.
Very nice beard, though.
It is a nice beard, yes. I mean, honestly, the dwarves would, even a dwarf would... And he fizzled out of existence.
No, he's doing the thing.
Like what you do,
know,
but
the
a lot
thing that-
quieter. The thing.
Yeah, like,
My shadow step is quiet.
teleports away.
Oh, that's right, it was the other person that was a thing whenever they
Yeah, sulfur.
try to be sneaky. No, I don't think it was sulfur.
Sulfur's...
It was like someone who looked like Sin, but paler and...
Oh, Vivaldi.
Ah, yes,
Sure.
Vivaldi.
Yeah.
They're very regal
If they do a
sounding
whoosh,
names.
then yes, that's who I'm speaking of.
Yes, they do. They're one of our neighbors back in the place that we're staying at.
Yes. You say we slept for an entire day. It does not feel like it. Feels like I've been running around beating the shit out of things for a whole day.
Probably we were having a dream of
To be
sorts.
honest, I actually think my back
Lu-
hurts more than my head.
Lucid dreaming?
Must have gotten some amount of
Possible. Why does every time there's a creature jumping in the fountain, I swear. That's a weird looking creature. It's got a giant head but no eyes on it.
My body can form into the water. I appreciate you, brother, kinsman, cousin, family. You may share this water.
Kind of ugly, like a big worm.
Like a xenomorph.
A what?
What? Xenomorphs? You not seen them? Quite monstrous creatures. All black, silky smooth skin.
Sounds like
There she goes, making shit up again.
Hmm.
Can't believe it.
Raven's imagination.
Next she'll be saying that there's people that live on the other side of the coin. Place called the Embassy.
No, I'll keep my mouth shut on that one.
Concept was something she would come up with.
I've already said it too much already.
Yes, you have.
Oh yes, that was the thing talking to Califax earlier. In front of the tower.
Oh. That is quite hideous.
And fairly large.
Yes. Try not to piss them off.
Just slides everywhere.
There's a wall between me and that sound.
Well met, trader. I hope you are faring well with your business.
You know, if I could hear them right now, my first thought would be...
The door is wide open.
Kinsman. Sorry, not kinsman. I was
Probably.
just smelling my breath.
Even through the open door?
Shit, what are you talking
It
about?
is
Oh, I can't hear
Monday
shit.
after all.
Yo, I got a gold piece. How much copper is that?
I'm regretting so much. Well, there's no longer a wall between me and it. Yes, there's food and drink in here.
That's right, it doesn't have eyes.
And a couple people.
Can you guide
We're not
me
part of the
through? I don't want to knock over anything. I am blind naturally. I cannot see or smell. You lead me in.
I can't smell. You just sniffed.
Thank you.
You just make.
See. Only smell.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Well, that explains why he fell into the fountain earlier. You might want to stand behind a table.
Yay, thank
I
you.
am Eldritch. Water.
Alright, careful. There's a ceiling above you. You've got about 2 paces ahead. Well, you have 1 pace. Then, quarter turn to the left. There you go. You can feel your way around now. Are you looking for something in particular here? Or are you just crawling around inside of buildings that you don't know?
I am looking to make relations. I mean to be a trader in these realms.
That's right, Dawn.
Dusk.
He's single and looking to mingle.
I said he's looking.
But
He's a
they are-
trader.
It is.
He's looking to trade.
I mean, aren't you a? You're a trader too.
I'm a ranger.
A mate as well. I am one of the last few remaining of my kind.
You just had to say something. You just had to say something, didn't you?
It is a very sad story. Do not worry. I know how I look.
How do you know how you look?
I see with touch and smell of proportions. If you would allow me, may I feel your hand?
I'm going to go ahead and
That
pass on
thing?
that one, dear. Yes.
What the fuck?
Dawn,
That's not a
hold
shark.
their hand.
I read.
What the fuck is that thing?
I don't know.
Is with a golden tertiary
Of kinship to me, he is an eldritch abyssal.
Nice armor, Red.
I'm done with the sea for now on. Thank you. I was done before, but now I'm double done. Until I'm forced to go back again because I left a lot of stuff there. What? No. You look amazing.
Good.
Alright.
Alright, well you guys
You are
have
not
fun with
horrifying.
my demons.
I've seen horrors far worse than you.
brother.
Honestly, I'm more concerned if you accidentally slipping and landing on me than anything else.
No, I am careful. Now that I felt the vicinity around me,
Why do you have boulders?
gather a notion of where I
Where's Miyako carrying boulders?
am of eldritch magic, unlike my kin, Dutchman and Hunter. I use magic, but magic
Also,
not
unlike your
as you
kin, you're
know.
alive.
I'm more thinking like a copper necklace, a silver necklace, a gold necklace. Like,
Yes.
a better material for getting enchanted.
I apologize for the interruption.
It is at this point, as you reach this part of the room, large Travis, that you stumble into a stool that has been moved without your knowing. In the way, there is a large crash and crunch as you trample this wooden stool beneath your feet.
Yeah, buddy. Right. Alright, well, do you have a golden one with a cross on it? I'm not religious.
He would just he would feel around for the broken pieces and kind of just like grab them, attempting to fix it with like a gluey substance from his making of eldritch magic. Just trying to fix what he broke the best he could.
I have now regretted waking up.
Rolling for... Yes. With an 11, you are able to slowly piece together the scraps of the stool and return it to a somewhat workable state with the magic binding it back together.
Well, that's gay enough for me to wear it, sure.
didn't hear that. There's a wall between me and him.
Yes, but there's a giant gaping door.
Oh, I was over in the corner. I couldn't hear Garrick saying he's too gay for something. Sorry.
You might not want to step in that goopy stuff over there. I have no idea where he pulled it out from.
Right, so how much is that? 10 gold?
Single. One
A
single gold.
Well, you know what?
Well, I think I've hit my quota of the day for,
miasma.
Crazy shit.
You know, fuck the economy,
I still think I have some
You might possibly need that extra gold for the actual enchanting process.
light mischief I could get up to.
Matt,
Haven't quite had my fill yet.
It's not the material.
I would like to believe
Especially
that
if
me
I was
giving you 9 extra gold would
asleep
be a
for an
deficit
entire
for me,
day.
but I literally got like 100 gold the other day for like walking someone's cat. Like,
Okay, yeah, that's fucking. Oh, you.
Why do you keep looking at me? Are you gonna throw more bread at me?
Well, hopefully my voice has returned to me.
Yes, you're good.
So used to having like an income of 1,000 gold because of taxes.
yeah, it's fucked. The economy here is fucked. Yeah, well, either way, thanks for the necklace, mate.
Alright.
Good night.
It's sad. Thank you. Sadly, it seems as I returned, they've perished.
Ah, the duality of Aether.
One must fall so one can stand. How terrible.
Oh, I was joking.
Yes, for you to stand, Aether had to go into... Apex had... Sulfur had to go into a coma.
To answer an earlier question...
Am I that
I was
hideous?
talking about how,
What?
I don't
Yes, maybe it
think
was
so.
you. Might have been you.
I was
Very
forget
scary.
who I did
The
a
whole
thing
tetrachromia
for. I did a thing
thing going.
for someone.
What?
I think it was the doc. But like I did like a very minute thing. And he put
Heterochromia is scary.
I'm like,
How is heterochromia scary?
Some, I suppose.
see,
You know what, I shouldn't ask that. The mundane can sometimes be incredibly suspicious.
It wasn't even that. It just.
Hey, do you know who handles
Anyways, you were saying.
here? It's the Artisans Guild, right? Does the Artisans Guild do enchantments, or is that someone else?
I could see, you know, I don't know. I think it's more of a specific person.
Sorry, say again?
Oh,
I didn't
I
quite
was saying,
get what you said.
as you were saying previously.
Oh, sorry. Terribly sorry. To answer a previous question of yours,
It's an awful lot like Dr. Pepper will say.
I am... No,
Ah,
we
yeah,
are
good
not
for me.
enemies, as you implied. I owe you quite a great deal, nearly a life debt.
That's okay. I think I can.
Without your assistance, it is... Yes. Without your assistance, I'm quite candid to say I would not, well, be here today. Or the assistance of the others.
Oh
God. What guy?
Well worth it, I hope.
Well, I certainly
You see, in
have
fact,
you and your friend will find quite joyous, perhaps inspiring. Just in time for them to return.
Sorry.
Yes, certainly good news.
That nickname.
With the...
I guess I dozed off.
Yes, well...
Sleeping
needless
for
to say, I
24
owe
hours
both of
does
you
that.
quite a great deal. And, well, now that I am able to fully step in to my role as steward of Aether, as an Archmage, I believe the both of you will be quite happy to know that this means that the College of Magi cannot have any official presence here. This is officially a safe haven for you.
That is certainly wonderful news.
Oh, so you know about...
Considering one of
Good.
them tried to abduct
Yes,
me about the time that you arrived.
Yes, I'm aware of their help.
Alright.
No, mate. What? No.
Though I'm surprised that...
Certainly.
How many, should I ask, know of this? I would hate to be the reason that such details are slipped to those who shouldn't
Fair
know.
number. Say about 8 people in total. Roughly around there.
Anyone?
Well, obviously yourself.
Yes.
Miss Dusk here, Sulfur. I'm not sure about Calbonda, but even if he doesn't actually know, because we haven't specifically told him, I'm fairly certain he is, at this point, fully suspicious of us. So, something to perhaps clear up soon enough. Perhaps you or Miss Sulfur is, or not bring his ill will upon us. Or if anything, he was just happy that we were able to help. Let's see, Mr. John, Doctor, yes, Miss Venus, a young man by the name of Sin, and, yes, Kelly, with your students.
Yes, I seem to remember that she was one who introduced us in that way, but yes. Very well. Outside of them, outside of the names you have listed, no one else shall hear of it. Without your express permission.
Would generally prefer that, at least for now.
Yes.
Unless we bring more trouble
But it is...
upon our heads.
Yes, it is quite a... I'll be honest, I'm not sure how most of the council will even react to the knowledge of... the truth, I should say. The Council of Archmages, I'm a member of this organization. We act as a sort of judiciary over the factions of magical renown. The College of Magi being one such faction. We act as a neutral party that other factions can bring their concerns and issues to for judiciary rulings. We work with the Tower of Purgation to enforce these rulings, but as such, there is a strict policy of neutrality. We cannot be influenced by these factions. And since Aether now is under the domain of myself, the Archmage of Soul Magic, it is out of the reach of the college. With my specific situation, they can neither make any direct dealings with me as an organization, nor can they set up any correspondence here. All ties and affiliations between them and I are cut.
I see. Suppose that is good news, I think. Sounds like it to me.
Yes. It is the reason for which you will not have to worry about the College of Magi.
Stop throwing crumbs at me!
Making any pursuits here.
What do you want? Anything? Is anything fine? What do you eat? Which should tell you, ever since the dawn of man,
That's definitely good news.
complaining about shit.
Yes, that is most certainly good news. As for other related flights, I'm certain there's a number of questions we could ask.
Yes, I'm sure there's no end of questions.
Yes.
There is no such burden.
Suppose you're feeling
Though
much
I
better
must...
than
Oh, certainly. Though I must ask, such questions occur privately.
Yes. Of course.
I think for both of our interests, we can speak in the Magistrate's Tower.
Yes, well, I don't suppose...
Mind if I tag along? Because I would like to ask Miss Julia about the thing I talked to you about yesterday. regarding the Underdark. Given her abilities, I would like to understand some things.
Oh, the bit about the psi crystals. Yes, that again.
Yes.
Yes, that I must admit that is a field of which I am completely unlearned in. But research was rather restricted, shall I say, even to my eyes.
Yes.
We can speak in the Magistrate's Tower.
We wanna go
Back
first?
to the okay, right. Back to the Magistrate's Tower.
Might as well set up a cop there.
Yes, quick answer.
So it's called the Astral Sea, and most
here we go.
seas have some form of liquid in it. Does that mean we can drink from the Astral Sea?
What do you think the weed is?
Oh, that's where you get the Wizard Weed from. They're gonna jump off the island, I'm sure of it.
That would be rather entertaining because they'll simply be teleported to the edge of the entity's influence at the highest most point, so they'll keep falling forever. Picking up speed ever rapidly.
Speedy thing go in, speedy thing come out.
Exactly, such. I suppose, unless you would rather speak somewhere elsewhere, this is about as private as I can surmise.
Oh, no, I was definitely on your right.
Though I understand.
Almost bumped you off.
Though I must understand there's some hesitance to return here after being asleep for almost over a day.
Oh,
It was over
might as well
there.
set up a bed here at the rate things are going.
Well, there are chairs upstairs, please.
Yeah, I do not wish to sleep under the stairs anymore.
Yes, come. There are proper seating
yes.
upstairs.
I need to keep remembering that.
You may all use.
Oh, oh no.
Hmm?
Is that the crazy person we have to kill?
Which one?
What?
Huh?
The one inside of Dusk. It's long story. Sure, it pertains to whatever happened yesterday.
Right. That hasn't been brought up to you since you've woken up, but it was brought up before you woke up.
I'll let you handle that conversation.
Some other day, I've already informed Kabanda about it.
Very well. Please take a seat. I'll simply
Levitate.
Yes, you do the stalker thing.
It is a convenience, I will admit.
Yes. What is that?
Having troubles there?
I know how to operate a chair, don't worry. No, I'm not.
Suppose there are many questions you have for me.
Yes. A number of questions concerning what happened during this, yours and Verdondi's involvement in this, leading up towards the events of the fall of Evensong. Evensong was about the earliest thing I had any knowledge of, as my family never saw fit to tell me much of it beyond this. So I have a number of questions. I actually don't know if you knew my mother and father. They were both mages in the college about the time that I suppose you were there. Not sure if it was before the schism or anything like that, but they were definitely mages there.
Evensong was the incident you speak of.
Yes.
Memory recalls correctly. It was about when I was 60, so over 7,700 years ago.
Yes, yes.
Back then, sadly, I would need a full name of them, if I were even to attempt to recall all of them.
Nightingales. Although, I'm not sure if they were, married at the time or anything. Ancient history as far as I'm concerned, and I wasn't around for it.
It's not sure.
If you don't, it's nothing, but...
Oh.
I'm going to be
Give
looking
me a
for
moment.
something told was rather important. Wasn't sure
The
if
name
that's-
rings a bell, but I can't say I've ever personally met them. Though I have heard the name Nightingale at the college, it would not surprise me to hear that there were researchers, and the researchers who went through were, well... Back then, there was still hope for what would be found in the Umbral Sea. A untapped trove of potential, the wonders we had hoped. Perhaps magic's not yet learned, artifacts never yet beheld. I was cautioned about getting too publicly involved by my friend. I believe you have met or known him by this point, Whizzicus.
Oh, was it Cuss? That's what it was.
Whizzicus,
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I could not quite remember the last part.
To me, I referred to him as Wisdom, but most would know him as Whizzicus, and that is how he would introduce himself. But Wisdom cautioned me from getting too publicly involved, and so I heeded his advice and only ever showed indirect support for the research into the Umbral Sea, into Evansong. Verdandi was much more public with his support. The event was a tragedy. No other words for it yet. Mine, to our collective knowledge, no one had survived. In fact, up until Kelly had introduced me to you, I'd been under the assumption that everyone had perished, that there were no survivors.
I see. I was told it was a secret kept, at least upon my return. Verdandi had informed me. The vigil, or at least before we were born, before they traversed to the Astral Sea, from the Astral Sea, they were working on a nexus.
Yes,
And this
I was aware
nexus
of that much.
became their escape. They got it working. However, the college was aware of this and took serious issue with their research, believing it too dangerous, and saw fit to stop it by all means necessary. As I understand it, they sent a group of elementalists to wipe out the city and try to destroy all evidence and record of their research.
Yes.
Disguising
Me and Verdandi
themselves.
were. Verdandi found me at a rather inopportune moment, but they had followed him to a location where I was at, conducting my own separate research into a spell that would become known as Elf's Blessing in the modern day. Apologies a moment. ascending that was rather loud. But suffice to say, my research was into a spell that would become Elf's Blessing. One of the many ways mages extend their lifespans nowadays. He delivered the news to me of the destruction of Evensong, not knowing that he'd been followed by some of the, I suppose, elementalists that were trying to destroy evidence on those who were actively supporting. It took him a great deal to cover up my support and the bodies of many elementalists who would have witnessed his speaking with me.
I see. Well,
my deepest condolences go to you.
I wasn't there, so hard for me to feel particularly bad about it. No,
tragedy nonetheless.
Our people, they traveled to the other side and began trying to re-establish themselves. When we were younger, it was mostly tense, moving from place to place, safe haven to safe haven, as we were able to establish them. But then, as far as I am aware, as we've gotten older, those of us who were born there began to show signs of latent capabilities, psionics as you know them. They began to try to put us to work to try to make up for the lack of magic that was available on the other side. We'd only really been just getting by. As those of the first generation to be born, the Umbral Sea grew older, began to take over, and those of the Vigil who had come from the Astral Sea originally focused more of their efforts on research and reconnaissance, so to speak. We started developing settlements. Now things are, well, not particularly stable, but those who are sent out to handle tasks such as myself and Julia, we were tasked with keeping things safe, establishing borders, and well, eventually I believe they wanted us to teach some of the younger children just only beginning to grow up, but it's been a long road, the point that we're at now. It was only within past, I'm not quite sure how long it's been, that they started turning their eyes towards re-establishing contact with this side and trying to mend the rift that had been made between our people. That's why I was sent the first time.
The first time?
Yes. This is my second foray into the Astral Sea. I arrived once before. The Elders, as we generally know them, those, the researchers, those who came from the Astral Sea, they began looking for suitable candidates to carry out a mission. One to try to make peace, and establish contact to try to show people that we still exist on the other side, and that though there have been grievances in the past, that we only wish to help. We only wish to see prosperity for all our sakes. However, not long after my arrival, I came upon a handful of individuals that turned out to be mages of the college. And I told them who I was and where I came from, not realizing how foolish of a mistake that would be. They brought a number of individuals and came after me, and I ended up getting locked up for some time. I'm not sure for how long. They used some sort of magic and kept my mind suppressed, so I could not escape. It was Verdandi who helped me to escape the college, though, and return home. It was only, I think, a few months that I've been back again, and Julia here has joined me, chasing after me as I... This time I was not exactly here under any sort of intent of a plan. I saw an opportunity to return, took it. We haven't quite mastered the means to travel back and forth just yet. Our scions do not know how to do that, and to build a nexus on the other side, we don't have the means for it, just as far as I'm aware of.
So we all step closer.
Yes, with the condition of Oryx Heath, construction of new nexuses is, well, your best bet would be finding the mercant Sura's Sublime. I'm not sure where their allegiances lie. Other than that, you would need to find the merchant sorcerers of Sublime are a freelance, shall we say, organization of mages who have studied the nexuses in great detail. They act as sort of maintainers, as it were. They set up new nexuses, maintain old ones, fix any issues with them. Even though Oryx Heath, the Gold Dragon, is the one who set up the nexus portals can be created by those who are skilled enough in certain areas and fields of magic. I've myself studied the nexuses, though I would always recommend someone who is more suitably specialized. Their construction is quite complicated and revolves around the use of traversing the ley lines themselves.
See. Well, that's the thing, is I don't know that there are any ley lines on the other side. Everything is relatively dead, so as to speak, as far as magic is concerned. It's a very, very valuable resource there. What scraps of magic is often fought over by different creatures, gather it up and hoard it for themselves where they can. It's a fuel,
if you were to build a nexus, and if you were to build a nexus, they would be able to smell that from
not
a
only
mile away.
Would it be a beacon of power for them to hunger after? It would also take a lot more magic than as I understand it, that we possess on the other side right now.
We know that there is the creature known as a Rift Weaver that is able to circumvent this issue with a
yes.
reason application of the will, as I've heard it called.
Yes. Many names. The will.
Punching a hole through the coin. I've had to develop a similar technique to return Rift Weavers and the other, I suppose you would call them constructs?
Yes.
During the war.
Yes. Constructs controlled by the hunger. At least that's what we call it. Have you never heard of this before?
No, I must say, on this side of the coin, research into the Umbral ended with Evansol. The only person who continued researching it was a mage, the name of which escapes me again, who was responsible for ushering in a different group of Umbral during the war that a coven, or no, a order of moon druids of a certain grove had to deal with. We were too busy dealing with these constructs. The reports are vague at
second
best.
Entity, I believe we've actually encountered this individual before as well. And the entity that is currently entangled with them. It's a very similar entity in concept, however, the hunger is far more powerful. The stage that it's gotten to. It has grown over the years. It controls these constructs.
The only entity of such nature I was aware of was... The reports from the druids were incredibly indecisive on what they would call the thing. It was either called the Nightmare or the Terror, and it was not agreed upon which was which. If they were two separate entities, if it was one entity with two names, it was very inconclusive.
Well, it seems to call itself both, from what we have seen. I've been hoping to help the individual who has been entangled with it. They fight for control of their body.
I suppose we are not speaking of Miss Tailturner.
No. Well, not of her, but there is a connection there as well. Miss Tailturner is the one who might have helped them to escape from where they were imprisoned.
Yes, I was aware of the linking of a demi-plague through this accidental casting of a spell.
Yes.
Oh dear. It is worrisome, everything going involved with it. You must understand on this side of the coin that the only other researcher into the Umbral Sea was a man who was, well, his name's lost to time by this point, even I don't remember it, but he's known as the Mad King, and we had to slay him during the second invasion that happened recently. He was the only one who was in possession of an item that could help Oryx properly seal the nexuses.
I see.
It seemed the goal of the Umbral creatures was to capture the nexus, which would allow them to potentially go anywhere that there was a nexus point. The proliferation of some would have been uncontrollable.
Yes. Well, these constructs, as you called them before, yes, but we refer to them as well. Constructs controlled by the hunger. The hunger is a similar entity to the terror. We don't really understand what it is, but it exerts a level of control and power over its surroundings that I don't believe is comparable to anything we have ever seen anywhere else. And unfortunately, its power is continuing to grow. I believe soon it may engulf this side and ours. Which is why we needed help. We need to establish communications. We need to establish a means to traverse back and forth. And most importantly, we need to unite both sides.
The first
Otherwise,
of many
one will most
obstacles.
definitely fall.
The first of many obstacles you will face is, sadly, the Council. Though I can assist you with that, to the extent we shall see. As it stands, currently on this side of the coin, the Tower of Purgation has authority to capture any umbrals for containment. They're considered a existential threat to magic. This is, of course, under the assumption of the Council that those constructs were the only umbrals that would come through. Umbral humans
There's definitely a lot
are
more than those.
completely unheard of. We
Humans and
There's
plenty
a
of
lot
other
more than
races.
humans.
And
The
far
concept as
more
such
than
was
just
completely
sentient beings.
to us completely unheard of.
Yes, well, there's plenty of creatures as well.
That
Excuse
explains
me,
why.
Monsters.
Explains why they don't know the difference between the hunger and everyone else. They can only assume it's the hunger because it's the only thing that's
This
been
is a really bad idea.
invading.
Probably. Hello, Galafax. So
We tell them of the
me and my compatriot here are planning
hunger's will to
mount
end
an
the world.
expedition into the Astral Sea probably tomorrow. Should we be aware of anything we should equip ourselves with before we go forth on such a daring escapade?
So you must understand you are currently in the Astral Sea. I believe you're referring to the elemental plane of mind.
Is that out there?
Oh, that out. If you're going out in a sky vessel into the Astral Sea, all you need to be aware of are leviathans, various large carnivorous skyfish like flying sharks, various whales. Pirates are ever present.
I wouldn't even think they would have those here.
So we don't need to like
I've
create
seen them in
special
the
runes of breathing or anything.
No, you can breathe, and it's
other side of
simply
the
an endless
coin.
sky above an endless ocean.
And out there is where the weave
Endless
is, right?
ocean. All right. So if we go down, wait, hold on. Is the liquid up or down?
Down. In the direction
Down.
of gravity.
Okay. So we go down. All right.
I'm sorry, did you say you're looking for the weave?
Well, you said the weave was the liquid, right?
The weave is the ever-present metaphysical construction of magic everywhere, ever present.
Okay, so it's not the liquid. All right. So we're not drinking the weave. We're just drinking the water at the bottom. Okay.
If you're trying to go down to the ocean to drink seawater, I believe I've given you all the warnings that could possibly help you, other than drinking seawater will kill you.
Sounds good to me, boss. Right.
All right, so we just go down.
Yeah, we're just going down. All right. Well, let's go drink seawater.
I already regret my position as magistrate. That was quick, 2 days. I thought I'd have more time before I began to regret this, accepting this position from Morgan.
People seem...
Yes.
A thing that I have noted here, being stupid doesn't immediately get you killed.
There is something to be said about the ever-present entity that protects this island, keeping people's stupidity from causing them too much consequence.
Yes.
But outside of this island, there is no excuse.
Yes, but even then, it seems that people have a certain way of surviving here, even through the dumbest of decisions. Regardless, yes.
Oh, speaking of dumb decisions, I'm sorry, but as steward, I must say, you are forever banned from providing Calbanda any psi crystals after his incident.
What did...
More so, he is banned from ever receiving them. It's not your fault, but I don't want him to have the opportunity to have another incident.
It was entirely on him. I gave it to Kelly.
It is.
And I tried to explain that it was just a rough crystal to show them. But no, Calabash was like, I'm going to shove magic or whatever in it and throw it outside and try to kill people.
Kelly is little more than a toddler. I can speak with her, but Calbanda is old enough to know the consequences.
Right, so it's his problem, not mine.
Exactly. I'm just saying...
Here's a point.
You cannot provide him. Yes,
I will not hand the giant red dragon
crystals.
any more crystals. Understood.
Thank you. That's all. You can't be trusted with them. It's simply that simple.
Yes.
I was very excited to do that too.
Convincing the council would be an important step in achieving our goals.
Revealing to them.
Try to at least
we'd have to reveal to them a few things. One of all, that the cover-up of the college even existed. Most of the council is not aware of Evensong. Most of the council was not affiliated with the college before their ascensions.
This makes sense. How,
It was a very well-kept secret.
Yes, how would you suggest we go about trying to convince this council?
Well, the Council of Archmages normally has a vote on magical concerns brought to it at once every 1,000 years. However, other members can bring issues of emergence to the council for vote. If lead action is required, it would probably have to be something I bring forward to the council, but this would require quite a few things that you would have to agree with before I would even do it. One, we would have to, well, reveal the secret of Evensong to the council, which the repercussions could be major. There are not many sources that have that information that are still alive. It would most certainly put Verdandi at risk. And yourself.
Yes.
We would also have to reveal your existence. Yes. As... well, it would be the summary proof that we need to redefine what it means for an umbral to exist.
Yes, I
term seems rather...
hate how people tend to... a bit insensitive with the way most people like to use it. Yes, I do agree.
The common knowledge is that the only thing that comes from the Umbral Sea are those constructs. I can't blame them.
A wide variety of creatures, but the constructs do show up quite a lot. I can't blame them.
Yeah, so we're going to need to... I suppose one of the most important things is we're going to need a lot of, well, your account would be quite useful in experiences of what it is like in the Umbral Sea. The various creatures that are going to be now having to be categorized as to, well, help
We can
define
most
what is a
certainly help
threat
with
and
that,
what isn't. That would
yes,
be your part of this.
It's most everything, quite frankly.
Yeah,
This
the largest
this is
issue.
a rather simple task compared to the others.
Yes, the largest issue that is going to take probably the longest is convincing a majority of the council outside of session that this vote should be going a certain way and not the other. Understand that if the vote fails, your revelation as Umbral-born humans, if we fail to get enough votes and the status quo does not change, you would immediately have to either submit to the Tower of Purgation or be confined to Aether or the domain of another Archmage, which would be a separate vote of which Archmage you would even be able to remain under. It is a risky gambit. So
Risky, but
potentially convincing a majority of the council before session is our easiest plan. The safest course. Once the vote has been passed and the council changes its opinion in that way, the next step would be quite simple, I suppose, setting up an embassy. Aether would be the easiest place to do it. As part of my domain as an Archmage, it's a place of guaranteed neutrality. It would be included in the vote, perhaps, even.
I see. This
It
seems
would be a
reasonable
protected area. An embassy would be protected
Sounds-
by both.
It could be lovely, but you were present
Apologies,
during the
ascending.
war.
I mean, embassy would be nice, but first being able to at least communicate back home would be rather necessary.
Yes.
I was just doing small talk while he's taking care of important matters. I'm assuming they found some adventurers passed out on a beach somewhere from dehydration. Though I honestly don't know if I heard that or not. Never mind.
Sorry about that. Someone was trying to mix disease and healing magic and almost destroyed themselves and everyone around them. Anyway, that's settled.
Okay.
They've been advised against such things. It has been handled.
That is good. I'll keep that in mind. Never let someone do that. But yes, you were present during the war. So I thought perhaps it wise to ask, during the war, did you or any of the other mages find the means to communicate with others on the other side while they were present there, while not being there themselves?
I was not involved in the research of that discovery. I know we had special sending stones that we used in case there was ever someone trapped on the other side, but it was largely assumed them dead. My research with my team was into the development of Shadowbane magic. The mimicry of Riftweavers the way Riftweavers applied the will was studied and replicated by my team.
Replicate.
Yes.
The use of
point to make.
Yes, the use of soul magic to warp the coin, puncturing a hole back to banish from the Astral Sea back to the Umbral Sea.
Yes, this was
it is
something
incredibly difficult magic to. It is incredibly difficult magic to practice, and its consequences are great should it be failed. But to fundamentally describe it, it is using my connection or mage's connection to the weave to the application of one's will is how one applies a spell, casts a spell, similar to how the application of will is used in psionics. However, the weave is a metaphysical construct that exists outside of one's psionic ability, to my understanding. The weave can be grabbed. The weave can be grabbed in this way and moved. One must pull and twist and push and tear until the coin itself gives way, using the weave as a sort of pry bar. That is Shadowbane magic. It is incredibly dangerous for an untrained mage to attempt it. To my knowledge, I am the only mage still capable of Shadowbane magic, who remains alive to this day.
See. Miss Sulphur had mentioned it before and talked about her research into it as well.
Yes, I have been trying to teach her. Most certainly, this occurred back when the threat was present, since the hunger, as you call it, has not been actively invading since it was repelled. I did not see reason to continue her training because of how poorly it went. On her first cast, she bit off more than she could chew and almost blasted her own arm off and had it banished to the Umbral Sea.
I see. Well, to this regard, we have similarly faced a challenge on the other side. Obviously, scions cannot rely on similar methods, nor can we rely on a nexus. Our goal was to one day attempt to capture a Riftweaver and try to extract its secrets. Try to mimic what it does, as it possesses the same sort of connection that we do. So in theory, if one was to try to mimic what it was doing, perhaps this would allow a means for us to freely traverse back and forth. And until recently we had been unsuccessful. Unfortunately, to capture a Rift Weaver, we would need to be able to spend the manpower to do so, which was not often, especially given the constructs and other creatures that would often protect them. Require far more scions than we were able to spare at the time, until just a few days ago, actually. Our little group, if you want to call them that, Miss Kelly and her friends, we have been, how would you put it? Helping different groups wherever we can. Clearing out the hunger's influence, Miss Julia and I, as we've been able to.
I fucking took a nap.
However, more recently, we've also been assisting an order of paladins and clerics known as the Order of Light. They have been fighting the hunger for, well, about as long as I believe the Vigil has. In fact, I have a suspicion that perhaps the two have worked together in the past before the fall of Evensong. I cannot confirm that yet. That being said, we have been, we went to go look for one of their, their Grandmaster. He had left to go and help a settlement and, how would you say, hadn't returned for some time. Yes, they were growing rather worried about his safety, and we ended up tracking him down and found a swamp that had been more or less turned. It was strange. It was almost like home. It had been warped, if you will. Changed to almost that of what you would find in the Umbral Sea. And by my reckoning, this had been going on for at least a few thousand years. The Rift Weaver had been stuck there. Trapped. However, it was very, very old Rift Weaver. It had been more or less, how would you put this? Locals from the nearby towns. They avoided the place, but those who were foolish enough to step foot into the swamps, to test their bravery, likely find themselves assaulted and killed and had their essence pulled from them. Their corpses put to use by the Weaver, or the other constructs that were there, reanimated to protect it. We fought some of the creatures and constructs that were there, and managed to hunt down the Weaver. And with the help of the others, I was able to extract knowledge of rift weaving from it. I haven't had a chance to really sit and think on it and attempt anything just yet. As soon as we had returned to Aether, we were told of your condition and rushed to try to help as quickly as we could. But if we can't make contact with those on the other side, we at least need to be able to travel back and forth to them. They are in danger just as much as the Astral Sea is. I'm sorry?
I don't know how One thing to be concerned of, something I should bring to your attention. I'm not sure if this is the same with how the Rift Weavers travel and open the portals, but I cannot control where Shadowbane magic sends something. It simply travels along the path of least resistance through the coin. Something for you to keep in mind as you study this.
The Hunger has been able to make use of these Rift Weavers and their capabilities for quite some time to directly assault different locations with what would seem some level of accuracy, so I can only assume that it must be possible.
Certainly, just something to keep in mind amongst the first tests. You may not be able to control where you end up, or what, or where the portal appears upon the Umbral Sea. I can't say that for certain, but certainly something to keep in mind, prepare for, in case you open a rift and, I don't know, some creature comes out that you weren't expecting.
It would be rather unfortunate, yes. Aside from opening them, our hope is also to try and use this information to close them. At least do so more efficiently. It's always been a struggle for us to try to close them to try and protect this side. And ours.
Yes, and Shadowbane magic I can't say is much better. Comparatively, I should assume.
Yes. Well, but I would bring this up. Any sort of knowledge you might be able to offer might make the difference between success or failure. We truly don't know yet.
I may be able to also speak with the Warden, though I'm not sure how discreetly I could do this. And see if he cannot provide any records of his inmates. I know a number of Umbrals were recently captured. They're Umbral constructs, I should say. I don't know if they would have a Rift Weaver amongst them. If perhaps.
Rift Weaver, then, perhaps.
More information for you to glean, though that would...
yes.
That would be a movement quite seeable. Perhaps something to explore after we begin trying to convince the council. I'm already sure of 2 that I could convince. Out of the prospective several that would be needed for majority vote, it's not enough, but it's a start. Yaga is one I am close with, a ex-wife of mine. We see eye to eye on most things.
Oh,
and
we've met
Orinde.
her.
Oh. Then you've surely seen how agreeable she can be.
You seemed it, yes.
Yaga is a master of spell weaving and as undyingly curious as I am. The opportunity for any kind of learning is more than enough to convince her of something like this. Pursuit of knowledge. Orindel is a protege of mine, the Archmage of Creation Magic. Up until recently, his position as Magistrate of Redwall is something he's still milling over, but he is also one who is...
Another Archmage I've actually met and spoken with. He's aware of our secret and is quite agreeable to it. Yes, he helped us escape.
Yes, and he is an ally.
Yes. college sent a number of mages snooping around Redwall. He warned us ahead of time. Helped us get out before it came too late.
I, of course, would extend any such warning to you as well. He works with me and Verdandi on certain goals. Sadly, Verdandi is not a head mage, or archmage. But I could, I believe, reasonably convince Karen, the Archmage of Death, as well. He is a very... Though I disagree with his method of longevity, he has a very high regard for the sanctity of certain magics. I believe it would be easy to convince him. The main troubles I think we'll have are perhaps the Archmage of Order.
No.
They are very set in their way, slow to act. It takes a lot of convincing. They would be one of our largest obstacles.
Lord Master Califax?
I know they didn't just call me Lord.
Magistrate.
I corrected myself to say Master.
Oh.
Yes.
Good day. I have brought to you some evidence that is involving the grave robbery that was happening in Redwall, and I was hoping to see if we could help bring to justice the people who perpetrated the crime.
I still must speak with Arundel on if this justice will take place in Aether or Redwall. Though I will happily look over the evidence, if you have a copy of it.
I do. It's all in this book right here.
When I have a free moment, I will speak with Arundel and look over this. Sadly, I am occupied in a conversation of importance. Though this is on
Apologies.
You are quite all right. May the Fate Weavers be kind to you, and hopefully we can get this sorted quickly.
Thank you very much, Califax. Lord
Yes.
Califax.
I am not a lord. I am the steward of Aether. I also don't really like that term either. I am simply Archmage.
Archmage. I'll keep
I
that in
shall
mind.
correct
Thank you.
myself in the future.
Well, I gotta stay awake.
The two of you are dismissed if you have nothing more to impart, but I must return to my conversation of import.
Good day.
You as well. May the Fate Weavers be kind, as I said.
Hi.
Oh, yes.
All right.
We didn't get the information.
Ever busy,
But that's fine.
but it'll take some time, but I'm confident that I'll be able to get a majority on the vote. I'll of course keep you posted on and updated on this, so that you're aware of when perhaps the best chance to move is on this.
Of course, and anything that we can do to assist in this, would want to see that
As I should do.
taken care of.
A bestiary of sorts, or an Encyclopedia Umbrica would be good, I suppose.
Well, I suppose we do have record of a number of different creatures, as well as knowledge on the books themselves. Fortunately, we didn't bring any books with us. Otherwise, I would be more than happy to.
It would most certainly be from.
See if
books could be
I suppose our best bet will be
borrowed from the library.
perhaps from experience.
Take down notes of what we've seen.
Yes, what you know,
Sample
what
what we
you've
can
seen.
think of.
I believe Miss Sulphur already does have a good deal of information. Not necessarily just on the creatures, but also a bit of information on psionics itself that I had shared with her in exchange for not doing anything out of the ordinary to us. He became aware of our
origins and reasons for being here, and though she did not find them disagreeable, she was quite insistent that we talk with her on
I
these
cannot
sorts
tell
of
if
things.
it is. I'm not sure if this is foresight on her part or recklessly bubbling into danger again. Had anyone of the college or the Fate Weavers forbid the warden found out she had such writings, she would have been put into Tower of Purgation. Research into the Umbral Sea is also currently restricted.
Yes,
And I was
warned
in
her
no
as such.
position to
She-
vouch for her.
Yes, yes. He had spoken as much to this.
We're very lucky no one is caught on to that shouldn't, that such thick writings are in existence.
Yes.
Should anyone question, they... Going forward, should there be any cases where it seems you two are in danger of being revealed, caught, and there is no escape of hiding your identities, your origin, or this information, you can safely say that you are under the surveillance of the Archmage of Soul, myself. This is good enough of a buffer that it should red tape anything that would try to abduct you. The College of Magi, unless they're returning to underhanded ways, and honestly, it doesn't surprise me should they be clandestine in nature again.
They may have, as I had mentioned before, maybe a week or two ago, there was an incident where I found myself suddenly disappearing and reappearing elsewhere. A tower of a sorts. It was very dark and could see mountains off in the distance, but there were a number of mages there, and I believe they attempted to murder me.
This is a similar thing
one of
I've
the
heard
mages
the experience of John.
I believe so, perhaps. All I know
Then there
is
was also-
I appeared somewhere. They started shouting, and they started throwing balls of fire at me, which I did not particularly appreciate it.
But what was more
Sadly-
worrisome was the scrying afterwards.
Yes, I am absolutely certain at this point that the college is aware of at least my presence here, though we've tried to be cautious to make certain that they're not aware that there are two of us presently here.
And for Dandy,
Yes, I'm not entirely sure what's happened with Verdandi, but he is... I'm not sure if he can be trusted anymore. Though he helped me once before, there was an altercation. We tried to communicate with him. Miss Kelly cast one of her spells, and he communicated with us, but he spoke of assisting in my capture.
A dandy is in a... Sanctuary is cast over the building. Any scrying that is affecting the three of you is dispelled.
I don't know if we're being scribed, but hopefully not.
Well, if anyone claims this conversation was scried, no, it wasn't.
Understood, sir.
The dandy is in a difficult position, and what I say now does not leave this room. Is this understood by all of you?
Without question.
Understood.
Yes.
Good. The dandy is in a very difficult position with what he does. As I'm sure you saw from my memories of the schism, the monastic order killed almost all of the staff who were resistant to their original their doctrines of magical purity, though I loathe to call it that.
Yes.
I only survived because I was not present on the day. I had left the council to try and convince them that the monastic order of Mage Knights was a threat that should have been dealt with and put in listed as a threat to magic. The dandy remained at the college. He had no business there. He was not one of the witnesses I called forth. He only survives because he blends in. There are some things he can get away with, but other times he is forced to keep up appearances as it is. I trust the dandy. I have trusted him for the last 7,000 years. Even longer than that. He works to improve the college from inside, to prevent what happened 5,000 years ago from happening again. You must be careful around him because there are times, of course, that he is not in a position to act freely. He has appearances to maintain. Monastic Order of Mage Knights may be, as far as I know, dissolved officially. Their position is no longer public. They have been hunted down by the Tower of Purgation. But that does not mean the college is a safe place. Or that its views are where we want them to be. They are still they're too extreme for our liking. Certain views they have are still problematic, shall we say. They no longer wish to destroy all of mundane, no longer helmed by the monastic order, though it was only for a brief time that they were. There are still many who are dangerous. The dandy seeks to correct this, however he can. He is trustworthy, but one must be careful with how they reach out to him and when. It may put him in a spot where he is forced to, pick a side to uphold his appearance.
I see. So reaching out to him should be a last resort.
Yes.
But he can be
Or at least something he can be trusted, yes. But one must also take precautions as well, ensuring conversations involving or contacting him have proper protections against scrying, interception, fortified spellcasting.
So I don't know if I can trust the risks he's willing to take.
I will not tell you what to think, but I will tell you that I trust him with my life. Because over the last 7,000 years, he has not swayed in our conviction to do good, to improve the college and to save it from itself. Does that mean everything he does is good? We hope that ends will justify the means.
And even if he has you pulled into some kind of death trap to keep up his appearances.
As I said,
your trust runs deep then.
It's been built over a long, many centuries.
Right.
What happened that day was a tragedy unlike any before it. Everything we do is to make sure another schism does not happen. Make sure that war does not befall everyone and everything who does not agree with the idea that only magical masters of certain skill should be allowed to live, and that all others should be put to death. Your opinion of him is your own, and your experiences will shape that. I do not say your distrust of him is unreasonable, or that it is wrong. It is up to you and your choice alone to give your trust to another. I simply say that I have given my trust to him.
I don't know
Are
if
there
I'm
any other
personally
questions
so.
you have?
At the moment, I don't believe so.
Well, I'll begin reaching out to Arundel and Yaga, seeing if I can't, with your permission, of course, begin laying the groundwork for this vote.
Arundel is well familiar with me at this point. Familiar with my secret. Though, I don't believe I've directly told him of Julia. I know he has seen her, and if he is as wise as he seems, almost certainly has put together who and more specifically what she is.
2.5 hours in.
Very well. I will reach out to Arundel. Do I have your permission to speak to Yaga on this matter?
You are certain she can be trusted. If we can lay the groundwork, convincing the college.
Jesus, how many notifications am I gonna get?
I have known Yaga for...
I think that's...
I've known Yaga for 5,000 years, and we have been married on and off for about...
Yeah, that's...
God, thousands of years worth. We see eye to eye on a great many things. This is assuredly one of them.
She seemed quite agreeable when I met her.
Yaga knows my experience in the war. She knows I would not vouch for something of this nature if it were
Pretty sure he's the only
not
one
something
that
I fully believe in.
If it has to do with that nature,
Not
I think
exactly
there's a
the...
druid that
I suppose she'll want
explains
an
every now and then.
explanation either way, should I even attempt to bring her.
Yeah.
Sir, are you busy?
And who...
Alright.
Yes, and I don't believe I gave you a key to this tower.
Well, I just wanted you to know that I'm back. Apologies.
Hello, Rraun.
Welcome back.
Yes, sir. Hello, Miss Amity, Julia. Sorry to disturb you.
What?
Apologies, sir.
No. I said 10.
We're going now.
How much gold do you want to
It is good that we speak of these things very vaguely.
Yes.
Well,
I believe she would want an explanation regardless of whenever I did try to bring her into agreement on the vote.
I see.
I
As
will
I
wait
said,
for your permission given, however.
Trust her, then. I believe it would be helpful to have their support.
Very well, then I will begin with those two. Karen will be a... If I'm honest, it will be a while before I can discuss with them these matters. They are quite busy being the head of a religion.
Oh my.
Yes, their duties in Primus are many and leave them very little time outside of their responsibilities. I swear, if we didn't agree on every 1,000 years for the annual meetings, we wouldn't see Karen outside of Primus. I'll send a sending to him whenever I have the opportunity, but he will not be one of the first to know of this, I assure you. I'll wait for your permission on him. I believe I'll need to convince some others before I bring it to him as well. He was one of the first Archmages. Well, seems to get in order and prioritized. Very well. Yaga and Orendil first. Once I have them convinced, I'll let you know.
Yes, and if there's anything that we can do to aid in convincing them or showing them that we bear no ill will or we're not dangerous, I am certainly open to it. We're not monsters.
Letting them know that we are not what has been invading.
Yes,
there's a
of
difference.
course. We share a common enemy, threatened by similar forces.
Exactly.
Very much the same.
And if they can understand that, that is an angle to take. To
Yes.
help them understand that the Hunger
Karen's homeland is... Karen's homeland is an eternal war. I doubt he's very thrilled to be embroiled in a second. That and the imbalance that would be caused by the Hunger's consumption of life and death magic would run tantamount to his principles. I believe that would be a good angle to take when I begin trying to convince him.
Perhaps, yes.
The Archmage of
Perhaps
Darkness might be a bit trickier, though. Things for me to consider, however, how I go about these convincings and political dealings. If I think of any way that can help convince these archmages, I will let you know. Actually, you may be able to get... The Warden has begun certain dealings in Aether. It's been over 200 years, I believe, since he's last done this, but he's outsourcing volunteer work amongst Aether and other islands. He gave me a report that said he was happy with the work done by the first batch of volunteers. And I know that in the upcoming days and weeks, there was an issue that the Archmage of Dark Magic had that was brought to the Tower of Purgation and the Warden specifically. If you can sign up for whatever job she has put forth with the Tower of Purgation, if it turns out to be volunteer work, you may get yourself a favor from the Archmage herself. That might guarantee us a vote.
Perhaps. Similarly, though, I was going to speak on this. Since returning here again, I and now with Dulce's help, we have been aiding people where we can, almost to the point of exhaustion at times.
Yes, I can...
There are a number of people who can speak towards the work that we have done, trying to help others here, in Redwall, both associated with mages and not.
It's a good start, certainly.
If anything, I think the only individuals who may speak particularly ill of us would be those associated with the Dominion. It would seem that Rraun seems to know what we are. I believe him to have been corrupted, influenced by the hunger itself. He bears its malignance, it seems.
That...
Has Sulfur shared her concerns with you?
No, it was Calbonda who informed me, so they must have discussed this
both of the same
together.
Yes, to my understanding.
There is a conversation I must have with Isaac anyway, I believe. With regards to their continued presence in Aether and the deal they have with the College of Magi being potentially problematic to that.
Yes.
As such, I also need to speak with Kelly.
Threatened
for continued...
more than once to turn me over. Which, as I told you before, is not something I would like to see. After what happened last time.
There is something we can do. Should try to hand you over again. It would be revealing the hands a little early, so I'd prefer it never come to this, but like I said...
Naturally.
Similar to the current deal I have with Tempest. Tempest is a wanted fugitive by both the Tower of Purgation and the College of Magi. He is here under my surveillance. It is what allows him to operate here. Openly. The specifics of this deal essentially put him on community service, if you would like to think of it lightly, but should he become a danger to Aether, as his history normally indicates it would, he would be immediately sent to the Tower of Purgation. Paperwork has been officiated for that, so that the Tower of Purgation ceases its pursuit of him and strips the college of their ability to prosecute him without taking direct action against the council. Subterfuge is still subterfuge, and clandestine operations are not excluded. But similar paperwork could be created to protect you in a last-ditch effort, though I believe this is an outcome neither of us wants. Not only does it reveal the hand early, it automatically brands you two as fugitives, and it makes the job of convincing the council much harder.
Then avoiding this at all costs would be necessary, I find.
Yes, it is an option, but it's one I think we should avoid. If all else fails, I should say. Hopefully it doesn't come to that, but it is on the table. I do think, however, your best bet is making sure that you're on the list of volunteers for the Tower of Purgation's next recruitment wave.
If you find it wise, we can discuss with the others, and at the very least, I suppose Julia and I can see to it that we assist, gain their favor.
Of course.
Yes. The Tower of Purgation deals with issues that are a threat to magic itself. Showing that you are willing to help prevent that does a lot would do a lot to convince others on the council that you are not here as invaders, you are. We are on the same side, working to the same goals.
Of course. Well then.
I believe that's all we have to discuss, though.
Yes, I agree. I believe I've well capitalized on your time today. Don't wish to keep you any longer than I have to.
I believe you all need to vacate soon, because I don't think you'll want to see the punishment of a man who's about to be brought here, as I've just been informed, by a sending spell. Or maybe you do. Do you take at all any ire of the man who shot the crystal?
Shot?
I need help.
What?
If you were not aware,
mostly unconscious.
That man. Yes.
There was apparently a pirate, as I am told, who went into our cave here, where the ballast crystal sits, and shot it with a flintlock. It cost us a day of magic.
Oh. That does sound like a lot. Perhaps we should get going then.
Yes. Let's go grab a corner of the
I don't know if
the
I'll be
garden
able to
outside.
contain my temper.
Yeah.
Dusk. Yes. I do not wish to see Archmage Califax angry.
That would be a first.
Thank you.
I have a feeling it will not be the first.
Of course. No, I have a great many issues and problematic children I need to contain my temper for.
Whip into line. Call a spade a spade.
Certainly a term for it. May the Fate Weavers be kind to you all.
Yes, that would be pleasant. That is a very short walk away.
Acts like a jester.
Much like
so. Quite common in the nightmare section, especially around the.
Like, let's go up high. See what kind of crazy antics the people in the practice field are getting into. It'd be a nice backdrop to the conversation.
And hammer is twice his normal size. That's different. That's something for sure.
Right.
Well.
I'm standing on a box, by the way. Sir.
I'd already spoken
I wish to see the people in the field while having this conversation. So.
I'd already spoken to Amity about this, but Sulfur had me go to the Underdark to speak with the Rraun there on requesting their assistance with fighting the hunger here in Aether. While I was there, one of my allies noticed there were psi crystals, and they were researching them most heavily. Probably in terms of quantity, they may have a mine of sorts, or a way of obtaining them from creatures of the other side of the coin. I'm wondering...
Well, you do realize that constructs are made of them, right?
Yeah, now that I've actually fought them,
sure.
of course. Yeah.
Did you see these crystals yourself, or...?
I did take a glance around and did notice crystals that were not from here, of course, but I couldn't tell without a closer look. I didn't want to disturb the matron. As much as I could see, crystals yay big.
Bigger than what would come off a construct, then.
Oh, yes, but for there to be a mine, though,
how's that even possible?
Does not make any sense.
I asked Califax about it, if it was possible for psi crystals to form in the ethereal plane, and he said it is, but it's quite rare. It might be that there are psi crystals deep underground, or a high concentration of constructs that appear there.
Well, they don't... how to
I mean...
They generally don't just appear. They're not natural in the terms like other crystals that you dig out of the ground.
Created.
Yes, created by the mind.
It's more like, I think you'd say summoned. But it's not really summoning, it's creating it with the mind.
Willing...
I mean...
substance into being.
I mean, there's
and
a chance
no
that...
mind to will it into being, then it does not form at all.
You found the sword. Is there a chance that someone had somehow found someone like me and stockpiled crystals?
Entirely possible, but this sword was likely made by someone who was assigned.
Oh. Of course. I mean, under duress, if someone were to take me and force me proper encouragement, I would be able to make a decent store of psi crystals. Don't really see why. It would not be very easy for them to refine it to do anything with it, but it's definitely interesting.
I'm trying to get as much as research as I can on these and why they'd been there. And I've done a few excursions into the Underdark to see if I can find out more, but it's quite a fortress of an outpost that they have. I'm hoping that the next time that Sulfur sends me down there for more diplomacy, as it were, I can gain more information.
Why should we do that? It seems rather foolish. We've already gained a reputation down there.
Gained a reputation just trying to get them, the Drow, as allies against the hunger, that's all. We're still working on that part.
Yes, but if you're already a wanted fugitive there...
Not in the Underdark, it's quite different. There's two different places. So, here in Aether is above ground, and then Underdark is caves and forests that are below the ground, like even far below this island.
I understand that. You've explained this already.
Yes, I'm from the Feywilds. A different section. So under the Feywilds is the Feydark, yes.
More or less.
It is not similar to the Underdark.
No.
It's quite more potent.
Dark. I suppose excuse me for not being able to keep them all separate from one another.
So, of what concern are these crystals?
Well, I'd like to know what could be done with them, rather, if my assumptions are correct. Just any by...
Were you
Well,
there when... Sorry, go ahead, finish.
Go, no, just ask your question.
Were you there when Calabash did his thing with my crystal?
Who?
Calabash, Cabadash.
Kabanda?
The big red dragon. Calaband. Cabanda?
Calbanda.
Calbanda.
The Dark Urge.
Oh, he's rather red, but were you there when Calbanda did the thing with my Psy crystal?
No, I was not part of that.
Now, to put it lightly, after he tried to magic the Psy crystal, there was much chaos and.
Oh, you mean in the tower? Yes,
concern,
I was lurking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Oh, you were lurking. Fantastic.
Mhm.
Yes, the large explosion right outside the window. That is what happens when you try to magic a Psy crystal. Don't even think they could be refined very well. I mean, to polish or cut a Psy crystal like a gem, the skill it takes to conjure a crystal like that is... I mean, for me it takes days. Anything of a sizable size.
So
I
using...
spent 2 days trying to create the sphere for Bramble.
So using magics from the ethereal plane will be quite difficult, you're saying. But using physical means, say tools, or even striking a Psy crystal with another Psy crystal would be the extent of that.
I mean, if you hit it hard enough, it cracks, it shatters.
Yeah, no break, and then it'll fade away eventually.
There's no energy in it. Right.
It's crystallized thought.
I mean, if this is concerned to sulfur, could possibly be a wider problem. And time is not of the essence. I guess I could take a look. These crystals, take me next time you go there.
If it ever comes up. Been quite busy lately with everything going on.
But again, I mean, it's quite a conundrum that they're just able to find these crystals. I too am curious. And that's even saying that they are Psy crystals. There's a chance that they're not. I mean, there's mind magic, yes? Can mind mages make these crystals?
I'm not a mind mage myself, I don't know. could ask Miss Kelly, because her primary affinity is mind.
I don't know. She seemed rather confused when I showed her the sword and I told her of what Juliet does.
Though it is starting to grow on me if there's a cave full of psi crystals.
Only one way to find out. Have a trip that go back to the Underdark. Maybe even do a little bit more spelunking.
A lot easier when you can create your own stairs.
Don't need stairs. Just lots of rope. And practice with rock climbing.
I'll take the stairs. Right, well.
Yes, and then you have the giant spiders that crawl on the ceilings.
I am done with spiders for a lifetime now.
Wait, did you encounter spiders recently?
I had a nightmare about them.
Ah.
Very much unlike than my normal nightmares. But, disturbing nonetheless.
Regardless. If it seems urgent, we can look further into it. But for now, we do have some other pressing matters.
Yes.
The tower and those individuals. You've seen the ones with large glowing wings?
The deputies.
Yes.
They're always around.
From the
armor.
perdition.
Yes. Purgation.
Purgation.
Yes, purgation. They are the ones that we'll want to speak to about volunteering ourselves. If you happen to see one, let us know.
Any caution I should take around them, seeing as though that's where they will send us if they find us.
Yes. Be cautious. Don't tell them who you are, or what you're doing. Just tell them that you're interested in helping out. Lending a hand, so as to speak.
Heard that they were looking for assistance and got big hands that can help.
Don't even talk about the big hands. Don't give them anything. Just tell them that you're a young and excited adventurer looking to assist someone in need of help.
Hard-working young adventurer.
Yes, something like
That's
that.
me. Very young. I will not.
I don't know.
Yes,
I think I look pretty good for my age.
You do.
Don't give me that look. You can give her that look.
I was
Don't
looking
give me
at
that
her.
look.
I was looking at her, not you. Everything's about you. Jeez.
Oh, there's the whoosh guy.
Yes, that's Vivaldi.
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 Speaking of spiders, I want to stop by the Magistrate's Tower briefly on the way out, way back.
What, do you want to see Sulphur's pet spider there?
No, there's something left underneath the stairs that I want to take a closer look at.
Alright.
Amity, do we have any other pressing matters today?
Excuse, just one more thing. Amity, could you leave for a moment? I wanted to say something privately to Julia. And along the wall she goes. All right. That works. Remember that conversation we had about partners and such?
I believe so, yes.
Amity is a potential interest of mine. And that's why it would hurt me if she was in... It would pain me if she got hurt if I wasn't there to protect her. And I want to say it to her directly, but I know I come off really blunt as it is.
So you want me to mention to Amity?
No, I want you to make sure she's safe. I know you already do that as a close friend, but I just want to make sure.
Oh, I have done that job for more than 150 years, so you can trust me.
And any advice you could give, I don't.
Don't get in her way.
I probably do that a bit
We're very
too
good
much.
at what we do, and
Yeah, that is all.
Amity. Just out of here. Amity. The conversation is over. What is weird about it?
What is...
It's really weird. Maybe the walls are magic.
There's one over here too.
Probably. Magic fucking walls. Anyway.
Ooh,
Fucking magic walls.
that's interesting.
Stop playing with the whole of the magic wall. Oh, there it is.
I don't know. Maybe Miyako is throwing too much earth magic into it.
All things considered, having slept for an entire fucking day, I actually feel much better for having a bit of food in me.
I agree. I have definitely, after that conversation, woke up
so
pretty...
injured. Oh, I'm so hurt and
Well-
injured all the time. Oh, you stepped on me. Oh.
I
Do you need to be put out of your misery, sir?
No, I need 50 gold compensation. Go get it. Hurry.
That's normally my bit, the insurance fraud.
Oh, I'm so hurt. Oh, the light is fading. Oh.
Self-defense is not a major concern here with the entity protecting us.
Of course, I do understand that.
That is a giant soldier.
Byron, make sure you disable a weapon on your model.
I can. I can. There we go.
Yeah.
I'm back in the best. More later.
Well, is that it, Califax?
Yes, that'll be all.
Oh, you stepped on me. Yes, I do want 50 gold. Oh, you stepped on me. Oh, wow. Oh, my lungs. Oh, that punctured.
Copies of itself.
What the fuck is a cell?
Is this
gold or silver?
Well, a cell is what all living things are
Demand
made
that this young woman
Oh, I just thought it
pays
was
me the
sort of
50
a
gold
fucking
compensation.
program.
I've been injured by them.
Never mind.
Well,
Anyway.
is still on about the whole
Yes, he keeps talking about it.
She's blind.
They do not even look alike.
I don't know if he's in this
You're not
tower
gonna
or if
die.
he's
The
on
power
the-
of the
where is
crystal
my
and
dad, by the way?
Aether will protect you.
Either way.
I don't
Your
know.
identical twin.
Oh, okay.
She is not my twin. We're not
Again,
even identical. We don't
I've
look
said it.
anything like each other.
Again, I've said it.
What the fuck?
They sound
White hair,
different,
white
at the least.
eyes, black sclera. You both have weird forehead things. You have a
Right,
line
you're
going across
blind.
your
I-
face. You both wear black.
I need
Bruce
a
Willis, Jimbo.
I need a play-by-play.
Fucking armor man.
That's true. He does look like every other man in armor. Rather plain,
Exactly.
simple,
Oh, Red, is that you?
unrefined. Yeah.
Firstly, her markings very different.
Slightly.
Very different things.
Slightly.
Ah, yes, a line with a slight stop, a little bit, and another slight stop, then across the face, and another slight stop, then it goes on a little more, and then a slight stop. Let's see
Can
yours.
you not
Yours is
see
ego.
colors? They're different colors.
Again.
Okay, you know what? You know what?
Yes,
You
no,
know
they
what?
look very
Hold on.
similar.
She has a chin thing.
Rudely pointed out.
She has a chin thing, you don't. Fair point.
Well, that was a
Oh, there you go.
There was just a style thing. wasn't there?
Stepped on me, and I demand 50 gold compensation.
Not my fucking daughter legally yet. You can get off
Yes, I
me.
believe so. Yes, that was. Yes,
No,
it was
no.
stylistic. That's right.
You don't understand.
Also, I am shorter.
Make her pay 50
By
gold.
quite a bit.
Well,
She's wearing
I did
socks.
cut
I'm
my
wearing
hair.
high
When you first
heels.
met, my hair was much longer.
Yeah, she stole my style.
Threaten me all you want. I know your silly little tricks won't work
I'm
out.
going to bring this dangerously close to your face.
Anyways, and our
I
faces
wear
was-
blue nail polish. She wears black.
Yes.
Fuck.
She has a big head. I have little itty bitty swords.
Is there an issue?
Her chest size is a bit bigger as well.
That's more of a... Oh,
I think the guy was asking for
sword. Look at that.
Wait. Who has the bigger chest?
I threw it away.
God damn it. I
Yeah, look at this.
the armor
I'm
presses
just
them
trying
in.
to get my compensation of a fair
Trust me,
50
they are there,
gold for
okay?
being stepped on.
It's hard to see.
Fine.
And he's trying to accuse
guy's
me,
asleep.
trying to tell me that I have to pay him, even though I didn't step on
What are
him.
you, staring?
Because she's supposedly my daughter. But you know I was coming to earlier to get the papers for it, so that
Staring at that way.
Pants on fire.
No, when I look at you, I look at your
You
face.
better
I mean,
fucking
well,
keep
like that one said,
That's staring at the
still-
eyes
still
in the
growing,
sky.
aren't you?
Eyes
Well,
and
you're sure
Legally
it's still
speaking,
growing,
he has
right?
not signed the paperwork.
Can I punch
It was
them?
never brought to my attention, and we have no
And
record
I'll
of it.
instantly go right back to whatever the magic bullshit is.
In fact,
I'll
I
give
do
you
believe
one
that's
free
what he was
one
doing
because
to
I
okay, there it
already
goes.
made a
He,
bit of a
there's
deal.
consent. You got one free punch.
giving
That
you
is
consent.
consent.
He gave you consent.
It's a fr-
Alright.
Everybody gets one.
Yes.
Sorry.
Everybody gets one.
Do your bloody paperwork.
Ready?
Alright.
Don't pull out.
I haven't.
Understood. I'm not even going to do a running start.
Wait, for the
Do
record.
his thing first. Do his thing first, please.
Very well.
Garrick?
Oh,
Garrick?
shit, you just killed that guy.
Garrick?
I think he might be
killed that
unconscious.
guy.
Did you?
Shit.
You clock him out.
Killed that guy. What the fuck?
He consented to it. He consented to it.
Shamanism, would you?
He's in armor. I hit him once.
No, you're the mage to talk
Is
to.
there a healer?
We have an introductory tome of shamanism. There's the simple things, the mages do.
And he gave
Then,
consent.
His
are
life
you a
is worth. I
student
mean,
of
honestly, to
mages?
be honest, I would kill someone over there. Oh, fuck, he's lit.
What is
Poke the body.
You can check the roster.
Grabs you by the shoulder. No, it's
Thank you. I
Wayne.
wanted to be involved with this.
I've been wanting to practice it or
Alright,
learn it
hold on,
recently,
look at me,
so
spins you around, look at me.
I mean, that's her name. Isn't it Alpha?
I
Well-
knew that you were the mage to talk to, so.
Dude, I've held myself back too.
I'm surprised you didn't dent his helmet.
Education. Actually, I think Barbarian would be
Not my
the
usual
best
problem.
fit. He is a
Hey, Red, your friend got punched.
but
think
I
you saw
can
it coming.
loan the book out to you.
Hang on, let me actually. Let me
Do you have any do you have a magical crystal
How do I
or
get the
mana crystal or
You have
any
friends.
magical
You have
value
Miyako.
compensation?
Oh, with a 19, I'm fine.
Oh my eyes.
Okay, don't you dare give me that. Yeah. I know how much Miyako hangs around you.
She doesn't like me.
I think she likes you.
If you can,
Unless you did something stupid.
Yes, if you can get
I mean, we've
something,
been pretty
we'll consider that
a little
compensation.
insulted, to be fair.
Listen, as you can tell,
Coin
not a
is
lot
of
of people
very
like me.
little
because of-
estimators, so
Ma'am, excuse me, ma'am.
I think that should be the expected cost of any
We look like we're twins.
ask of the
same,
Mages
just
Guild.
straight up the same.
Say
No,
yes.
it's
Say yes.
smaller than you.
Where can I
And
get
you have different
See
hair
again?
style.
You could speak to one of them.
She goes for size.
Than this one.
Why does everyone always point that hard?
Which way did you point with that? She was more endowed.
That
God
was more
damn it.
endowed.
Yes.
It's fine.
The arm up.
It
It passes.
adoption stuff.
Sensitivity is also key.
That is why you don't wear armor.
Thank you. You've proven a point for us.
Don't wear armor
Do you
and you get
understand-
cut up more.
Are you seeing colors yet?
Yeah, I'm like 43.
Sky's
You're old
blue.
enough to be my dad.
Trees are green.
Exactly.
Except for that tree.
I would suppose
She's
it's
green
as simple
too.
as a transfer of guardianship
Different
and
tattoos.
a document of foster.
There you go.
I'm just saying, from a distance, you two look extremely
From a
alike.
distance.
A woman's eye is much
Garrett, is
more
this because you're racist?
perceptive.
Yes. I mean, what?
Well, what I say
I mean, probably
related,
that's.
it's unusual to my own culture.
I'm
Next.
gonna make that
Everyone's
sandwich
like,
now.
"My
I'm
cousin."
way
Yeah,
too
I'm gonna go
hungry
walk
for this
out. Yeah, this is
conversation.
awkward now for me.
We could go with
I mean,
cousins.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, I could see that.
Small
Definitely not
community. I mean, it's actually a
Not-
pretty good chance.
not
like
blood
maybe fifth or
relatives by
sixth.
any means.
Right.
And thank you. Thank you for the compliment on tattoos.
Do you think he's going to be okay? He just sort of.
Oh, he's
He's used to that.
Lose limbs.
Oh,
He gets
all right.
he gets knocked down a lot during missions.
Magic them back together. And
Hmm,
yes,
I see.
he really does, doesn't he? He's like
What is that? Glitch?
punching back. Just
I'm
gets right-
not going to lie. That felt very good.
Oh, I'm sure it did. In all my time here, no one's ever given me consent.
My
Well,
manners.
What am I then? Chop liver?
A pleasure to meet you. My name is.
Doesn't give you consent. Wow.
Julia.
Julia.
Yes.
And I don't have your name either.
Duskgrain.
That one's rude.
That's great. I'm Missy Julia. Oh,
Sorry?
And I'm sorry, your name again?
Barra Crabtooth.
Barra. Lovely. Suits you well.
Yes.
But if you need anything, any patchwork or any resharpening of sword, I am stationed over by the blacksmith.
Oh, perhaps.
Nice.
Have a good day. Beautiful ladies, three.
Thank you.
She included you. That was
So kind. Yes. So polite. Better than Garrick, jeez. What an asshole.
I don't know. It's starting to grow on me. Hopefully the second one's free also.
Is Califax done
I
with
could
his
not.
business?
Is Califax ever done with this business?
Well, why don't you ask him?
Well, yes.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
He's surprised, I guess.
You're fucking weird.
Very not nice of you. Impressive.
That makes two of them.
Sir, beg thine pardon.
Anyways.
Beg thine
What's
pardon.
that? A sword underneath the stairs.
Apologies about the door. I
It
didn't.
was in my dream last night. The sword under the stairs.
What
There's
sword?
someone left leaning against the wall. There's a sword leaning against the wall underneath the stairs. In Califax's or the magistrate's tower. Got up. in my dream. But I have no idea whose sword that is.
Do you remember what the sword looked like? Any ornaments?
It looks like the sword underneath the stick. It's got metal bit that's sharp at one end. The other end has the handle with another piece of metal bit that goes crosswise. And it has a leather little pocket thing. It's called a sheath.
So it's just a simple,
Not very
like,
ornate at
iron
all.
sword.
Yeah, it's like a broadsword. Just basic broadsword.
Maybe someone.
I guess I could have said that. But I
That's why
don't remember
asking
seeing
if you
it.
had
You
any
fell
ornaments.
asleep, and you were you know one of those moments you have right before you're going unconscious. Like
Lucid
I could've
dreaming.
sworn I was like being picked up and carried to where I was sitting. You know, and just laying there.
Oh
for a
yeah, I
while.
mean, someone moved us down there. And then, well, I guess,
Well,
yeah, I
that's
mean, if
where
the
we
sword was
were,
there when...
But then someone moved us away from the center of the room.
Right. And if I was
But
falling asleep and the sword was
almost
there...
distinctly recall someone picking me up and moving me. So it's like one of those moments where you see something as you're in that sort of state of deliriousness.
It sticks out. You're perhaps not sure what's happening, but you saw a sword.
And sure enough, when you finally wake, that sword's still sitting there.
So not the one I'm after.
My brain made it
But
work.
whose it was is rather confusing.
Maybe it's some god or something.
Perhaps.
The, thing is in the
I
fountain
can
again
hear you.
working.
Do you want me to walk over there?
Take the opportunity. Go into the conversation if they're talking about
I
you.
can.
Simply walk up and say, "Oh, hello, gentlemen. I couldn't help but overhear."
I mean, two lovely people talking about you. I mean, there's your opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the confidence boost. I don't even know. It's not even a bounty anymore. It's just they're actually showing up here. That's the problem. Alright, fine. You put it that way. Kind of like you don't want me around you.
As it stands, I suppose I can teach you the proper way to cast that spell Sulfur taught you, Cataclysm.
I heard you talking about the Archfey.
Yeah, something about some meeting they want to hold with regards to someone from their court.
Yes. Hi.
Ah. You were described as a fugitive. Is there something I should be made aware of before this meeting occurs?
I will attend the meeting myself. And we can probably have much discussion about it.
Then I shall leave you to
I
it, sir.
see. Very well. You're dismissed then.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
I will, for sure.
As I'll be perfectly blunt then, my responsibility is to keep Aether neutral. I can't say how this will play out with whatever demands they make, but the neutrality of Aether must remain.
That's why I came here. I wanted to have an escape. Should we go inside?
More than likely, if we're having this conversation.
Just, as always, scouts around.
The sanctuary spell is still up. We'll be unable to eavesdrop on the conversation.
To put it simply, I was the next Archfey in line for my court. I left of my own regard due to circumstances that happened while I was there. And I don't know if it is a ploy by the current Archfey or something else. And that is what I was trying to discover. But, of course, I don't have a lot of time, and anytime I go back to the Feydark to try and get answers, I'm met with probably a sword at my neck to try and convince me to return. There's a woman, my fiancé at the time. We were going to get married soon before I was officially made the next Archfey in line. And she was killed. Wasn't by any monsters in the Feydark or a hostile court. It was with much digging that I've done and research, I found out that my own court's assassins, strongest in our guards, took her life. I tried approaching Lady Arabana about it, and she kept on deflecting my questions. Even though I had the proof myself, proper sending stones and written out letters telling assassins what to do and when to strike. So I left the Feydark, I left the court, hoping to find someone to assist me and getting a better answer out of them. Of course, they didn't like that because they want me as the next Archfey in line, so they sent the assassins to collect me. Not to kill, but to harm to the point that it would make it difficult for me to escape. And that's why there is also a bounty to also, influence those in Aether, or at least the mercenary guild, to send me back. I'm almost convinced that Lady Arabana is using her mind magic to convince or subjugate those in the court to follow her word.
And I take it this Archfey's agenda is nothing so benign as perhaps isolationism or neutrality on their own.
Well, if they wish to stay out of the conflicts that's been happening. Anything relating to the other side of the coin or any incidents that happen here in Aether. We're not as much territory grabbers ourselves, we just defend our own homeland. But if someone were to threaten it, then measures would be put in place and forces would be made.
And I assume it's safe to say you do not wish to return it under any conditions.
At the current condition, no. As long as Lady Arabana is within power as the Archfey of the court, I do not wish to go back, unless I can find a way to convince her to change her ways. And apology for the death of my wife.
It is not my place, nor is it Aether's place to get involved, but we can continue, perhaps, the standard of sanctuary that you've been given. Perhaps even... Actually...
As much as is given, Sulfur has given me her full protections, as well as Doctor by giving me a place in the Healers Guild.
You watch a small drawer open up, and certain scrolls fly towards Califex. You recognize the symbol of the Healers Guild. I believe this will be a fortuitous event for you. It is the record of your treatment and diagnosis of an unknown illness.
Yeah, I was already talking about it earlier this morning with Mew Mew and Doctor about quarantine. Still haven't come up with anything. More of just suppressing it.
But you are under quarantine, are you not?
I haven't left Aether. I don't even go back to the home that I have in Lockport with John and the others.
Then by all assurances, and it could be possible for me to make a legal or a magisterial order of quarantine.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot be returned to the Feywild. There is an unknown disease that needs to be quarantined to prevent the spread of such illness.
Well, that could last only a few days until I'm cured, but I'm sure they will return.
It would last until you are cured, yes, but it is time otherwise that you would not have. Unless you are willing to make some other deal. What is that noise?
What noise?
Am I going mad?
I'm not hearing anything.
It sounded like there were rats in the building. I was very confused.
We had blood rats in the Healers Guild the other day.
I shouldn't be able to hear those all the way from over here. I think someone fucked up their audio source. Anyway. As it stands, unless...
It's really starting to bother you, isn't it?
No, I'm simply trying to figure out what other plans could be enacted. But as it stands, a lot of them would cause more political trouble than it's worth.
One possible idea is marriage. If I were to find someone here in Aether that I could pretend that I'd have to marry, the court could decide that they would withhold at least maybe several weeks worth of time to give me for the wedding and then actually spending time with my bride or husband to be. But that's a stretch. Yes, that's a very large stretch. I don't think anyone would be so willing.
You would also need to find someone. Yes, you'd also need to find someone willing.
If you're concerned about what conflicts would rise, I have noticed that, at least in Redwall, that they've been very active in the swamps. Because the crystal's power does not reach that far. I did have an incident where I went into the swamps and I had Red of the Mercenary Guild with me, and one of the assassins attacked us there. So, in the case of conflict, they would probably do small excursions in places where the crystal would have no control, or even try something larger scale.
They'd have no such luck in Aether, and movement against an Archmage would invite the prosecution of the Tower of Purgation. Even Archfey are not above that.
I'm unsure if Arabana would know that in her current state.
Or if they would care.
That, yes.
And I'd rather not have the risk of Aether being drawn into an act of conflict regardless. As it stands, the best short-term solution is the quarantine. Gives us time to perhaps plan a long-term solution. But as it stands, I will not make any moves that would jeopardize Aether.
All right.
Any option that would take you out of reach of this Archfey, in my mind, only invites a target onto Aether's back. At least any official means, such as inducting you as a knight, or marking you a champion, or something of the sort. Tying you to Aether through a legal contract would be only inviting political turmoil and potential conflict. Magically speaking, however, there is something a little more underhanded that could be done.
In what way?
There is a spell known as a soul tether, normally done for demons to keep them in an area or bound to a plane while they conduct their business. This is built into most soul contracts. Soul tethers also act as a way of recall, so that they can return to an area at will. That is the unhexed version of the spell. Cursed artifacts can be sometimes found with a curse of binding, or a tethering curse. An option. You'd have to find something you're willing to be tethered to, though. Be it a person, a place, an organization. It's an option. Not her only option, but certainly one of the more politically ambiguous ones. There's always the risk of them breaking the curse.
Of course. Well, I guess just wait until the day of when they arrive. Doctor already said that he would like to attend as well. put his head into the matter of trying to keep me to stay here as well on the medical side would probably help.
Yes.
But don't know if they would try to showboat around the curse. Unless you want to try something stupid, like throw me into the Tower of Purgation with how much research I do on Umbral. I feel like that's all.
That shows our hand.
And
unless you want to cut ties with all of your friends and be marked as a criminal for the next 100 years while you spend there.
And what, be 326? Already go.
Even short stays in the Tower of Purgation are decades.
Keep that in mind.
Let me put it like this. You do not want to ever go to the Tower of Purgation as an inmate. That is how names disappear from history. Don't tell me you've been sitting out here this whole time waiting to talk to me about drinking seawater again.
I actually have a somewhat serious question this time.
Alright, so I'm not needed. Good.
I feel as though...
Thank you.
Yes, may the Fate Weavers be kind to you. Garrick, I have the distinct feeling that the word somewhat there is doing a lot of fucking legwork.
Hopefully I'm not coming across as I didn't come behind and mean to stay on no session. Okay. It's just, it's for me, mate.
Alright. What is it exactly you do? Okay. We fought
Where did you go now? I don't know where that is. Can only guess. Oh.
Excuse me.
Yes, Vero?
Are you an archfey?
Not yet, at least.
So, you're on the verge of trying to become one.
No, I was on the verge of being promoted to one. The next archfey in line. When Arabana passes away, I would replace her.
I see.
And do other Archfey police each other? Do you know?
If we're speaking of those of the Feywilds versus the Underdark, not really. We don't really cross borders that much, but within the Feywilds, in a way, some courts will clash and...
I see.
Are you getting at something, Rraun?
Weighing my options, I guess you could say.
It's quite weird for you to approach me about something, given our slight, small history.
I'm sorry. I meant to speak with you earlier, but the thought just never really crossed my mind because I was just so busy with myself, trying to be better.
Alright, well, I'm free right
I was on a bit
now.
of an angry streak for a minute there.
Somewhere
Then-
you'd like to go and talk, or you just want to do it out here in the middle of a random street?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, let's go to the water.
Alright, this is weird for Rraun to approach me about this. Whether it's a question about being an archfey.
Beautiful waters.
Figured you would come here because you're a bit of a water mage yourself.
Yes. Yes, I am.
So, what did you wish to speak about?
I will be upfront with you. The Archfey, the one that I'm going after. He is a strong person.
So, are you looking for allies to fight him?
I don't know what he'll bring. But I'm looking for their witnesses. So far, I only know of one. I would like to have a plan B just in case the likely doesn't work.
Trying to find something, but you're not telling me what you're actually wanting.
Does an Archfey have a weakness that I can exploit?
Oh, I heard witness, not weakness. Well, depends on the Archfey and how guarded they are. I can say for certain my own current Archfey, Lady Arbana, is heavily guarded. You've probably noticed the steel-clad assassins that walk around either Redwall or Aether.
Yes, I did.
Yes, well, imagine those, but they hide in the shadows. They could be amongst those trees right now listening into a conversation without your knowledge. And as far as any one of them go, as a fighter, they're about as strong as Torg in his current state. In Berserker state, I don't know. Torg may have a advantage.
I see. What in the world?
You looking for something, Wayne?
No, they don't grow in here. Wait.
Grow in what?
Wayne! What in
There's
the
like
seven
a
hells are you
seaweed
doing?
plant, like... There's...
Should probably try the ocean
I've forgotten.
at Redwall. Might find seaweed over there.
No. No, there's like this blue kind of grass that grows in one of the lakes. And this is the only one that's here.
Alright.
Oh. Oh, wait, hold on.
So tell me about this Archfey then. Do you know anything about them? Their affinities to magic? Any number of...
As far as I know... As far as I know, this Archfey wants to hurt me.
Well, did you do something stupid?
I gave my memories of someone I used to love to them.
Ah. Well. Is that under a contract or?
It was... No, it was... I was going through a lot back when I lost my love in combat. She died.
At least you and I have at least one thing in common.
And to not put up with that, I gave the memories of her away. Well, that Archfey got a hold of those memories. And now, this Archfey has no regard for my love, and he does terrible things with her memory. That's why I was asking. He has to have a weakness.
True. Everyone has a weakness. No one is truly invincible. Even Sulfur can attest to that.
Yes.
Given that I'm not receiving much information about this Archfey, if you know his name or something, but I can't really do much in my current state.
I don't know his name. I see. Yeah, I don't know his name.
If it's help you want, I can assist. If he ever comes up again, if you go on a mission to the Feywilds or something of that sort, then I can assist you there.
Okay.
Be very uncouth of me as a future archfey myself to turn down those that are wanting help, even if they're not a proper drow. As much as I've learned here in Aether.
Why exactly were you labeled as someone on a mugshot?
My court is very protective, to say. Everyone stays in. If you leave the court, you are brought back and, let us say, brainwashed. That's how it's been since Arabana has been in court. It wasn't like that before. As much as I've heard from stories before I was born, the previous Archfey had a very welcoming relationship with other courts and tribes within the Feydark. Lady Arabana, when she became the Archfey, completely destroyed all of those morals and created her own. She killed my fiancé.
Okay.
That is why I left. Unless I can find a way to prove that she is in the wrong and maybe gain my rightful place as an archfey, either by killing her myself and taking over the court, or convincing her to step down. I doubt I could ever do the latter.
So that's why what you said earlier. I don't believe that all Fey people are bad. There's this one guy I know, and he has Fey blood in him. But he's trying to prove to people that he is different. I don't believe you are a bad person.
Keep that in mind. Just someone that makes stupid mistakes, like attempting to lockpick a mimic. Next time I'll try stabbing it first.
My love.
Hope I'm not disturbing anything, but
I was just telling her about the history of the Archfey that we are after, considering she is a Fey herself. Not one of the trickery kind. I believe that.
Don't worry,
she and I
dark and
share a
poison, unless you want me to remove poison from you or give you one.
I just came to tell you that I will be on my way.
All right. Fly safe. Fly safe. And see you at home. Hannah is my new lover.
So I've seen. And what could be the winery crew getting up to this time?
There's no telling with them. But, to my point, I'm so sorry for you. The fact that we both have lost lovers due to crazy circumstance.
Even if it's been 100 years, I don't forgive very easily. Especially with that regard. If it were my friends...
You've been holding on?
That I made here in Aether, if they were killed, I would hunt down the person that did it. Even if it ends up costing my own life.
You've been holding on to that pain for 100 years?
I'm 226 right now. Remember, Fae live for a long time. Average lifespan of a Fae is about 1,000 years. Give or take.
Have you had anyone just talk to you?
Not really. Haven't really been open much to people.
Then Irael Genon will be the one to treat you differently.
I appreciate that.
Madam, you've garnered a pain for 100 years. I can't even begin to relate to you. But if people don't know that others suffer as well, secretly in silence, they'll never understand the pain of one whose heart has been filled with that for 100 years. I'm so sorry for you. And I'm sorry you've had to endure so much for this long.
It's quite alright, Rraun. It's my own troubles, not yours.
Maybe. But even I know that I suffered with fury and rage in my heart. I feel this because of the fire deity inside of me. I can tell that my body aches and burns of wanting to get this archfey back.
It's not my first time killing an archfey, and it won't be my last.
If I ever need help, I will come looking for you.
Of course.
And I'm terrible with names, so you'll have to forgive me for asking, but what is yours again?
Duskrain. You may call me Dusk.
Of course. Dusk. Right. Oh. If you ever need a friend to talk to, I will be open all ears all the time.
I'll keep that in mind.
Alrighty. I shall check around the rest of Aether, and then I'll probably head off with my beloved.
You take care of yourself.
You too, Madam Duskrain.
Was a person. Well, that was quite interesting conversation.
I know. I wouldn't have come back here if I didn't have some hope that things would be different. I mean, you've seen.
I try and place my faith in all of you. I do.
Oh, I think someone's at the door.
If it's that masked man again, I'm sure no solicitors.
I'm gonna take his mask off. Hopefully he collapses to the ground being headless now. I opened the door for you, come in.
I was about to say, you were talking about the masked man. He's hiding in someone else's
Ben's already
house.
got me in a pissy mood, so be careful.
Oh, am I not welcome in? I can just walk
Dawn
back out.
Snow out. See, she answers to it. It is the fake spy.
She did.
Would you like to ask permission?
Can I have permission to enter, Sin?
No, kidding.
Sure. Yes.
But my brother's name was
It is
Elhear.
already improving. He cracked a joke.
Oh. No, you should have seen when we were on the mission and he gave me his,
Gave you what?
after the fighting, what was it you took off for me to lay my head on? I forget.
My jacket.
Jacket, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Sorry, I had a very interesting conversation with Rraun.
That's when I take off my pants.
That's why I said it would be weird if you didn't. Take your polo.
I'm a little lost in this conversation. What?
After the fighting with those umbros in that swamp area, I just forgot it.
That's right, you always forget where.
Yes, because that's my first time fighting those things. Wasn't expecting it.
Ow. I shouldn't have done that. Knock on wood.
An encounter here.
Anyways. Yes, please keep your pants on.
Thanks, I will.
I hope I didn't interrupt that conversation by walking in here.
Mm-mm.
More like catching the tail end of it.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. So Don't even need to recap.
On being funny. Since final exam was telling me to close the door in your face. You passed with flying colors. He actually made a joke. We weren't talking about him taking off his jacket so he can have a pillow. It's not about being sweet. It's about not being always doom and gloom. Being a little funny.
What?
I don't know.
Supposed to make a joke or something.
Sure, go for it.
I don't even know how to make one.
Just say something funny, I guess.
Asmodeus has been divorced 3 times.
What?
Yes, 3 times.
Oh my god,
He told me.
That'd be even more funny if it was the same person.
I think that'd be 10 times worse if it was the same person.
Technically, the first and second was actually the same person. She's came to this island, actually. I don't know exactly what he sees in her. I'm assuming it's more for a political sort of position.
Are they a fae?
That's what he always says, but...
knowing him, probably.
No, they're a vampire, just like him.
Oh. I can never understand vampires.
Either by his will that she became one, or she was already one, I don't know. You understand that he's quite impossible to make sense of, seeing as he sired a mushroom to become an actual, well, human. If you know who Nurgle is.
Wait, Nurgle is a mushroom? What?
Oh yes, none of you actually know that. In the very beginning, Nurgle
Trying
was
not
actually just
to
a
think
mushroom from the cave.
Asmodeus sticking his...
Don't say it.
No,
Don't say it.
Okay.
Why did you put that?
Just the mental image alone
Ah,
is enough to reignite my headache. Make me want to vomit.
Do I need to retry my impression again of him?
Please don't.
Please. Don't. Never mind. Damn.
That count as humor, by the way. I originally did that to mock him, but...
That definitely counts as humor.
Sometimes imitation is the best form of flattery.
Well, thankfully he hasn't tried to hug me or kiss me, so I guess I'm avoiding that.
Just keep throwing peasant spice at him. That'll work. Well, that's what he called it. Look, there's plenty of it right there.
Just carry some lavender on you.
I remember there was someone in the Dominion Guild who was allergic to lavender.
Simple beginnings.
You're reminiscing?
So technically, I guess, was making my impression on this place. I used to hang out Asmodeus' Rouge and Rogue a lot very oftenly.
Hello.
If you know Gwydion, me and Gwydion used to just frequent there, and we would annoy Asmodeus. I found it humorous, seeing that it was a good distraction. And then when I wasn't doing that, I was fishing.
What's the biggest fish you've caught?
One came after another, and then 5 foot.
Ooh.
It was at least here would be a 5 foot. I think it's what did I call them? Oh yes, a golden monofish is what I called it.
Oh, just as tall as Julia then.
I caught them because they would supply
least a little bit,
the crystal.
Why are there high heels?
Without the high heels.
Standing next to this woman. She wears flats, and I'm half a kilometer shorter than her.
Look, I get it from my father. He's a rather tall man.
You get your large chest from your woman, I guess? Or your mother? Why did that work? That was a bad implication of my words. That was the wrong one.
I see now why.
No, if you must know, supposedly, from my grandmother on my father's side. Fuck you.
Oh. Alright, you said it.
I got it from neither side.
Sorry. Didn't know
You're
much of my
admirable.
family, only knew my father.
It is, it really is. I have...
Need to go a day without the armor. Let's actually compare sizes, maybe.
She has a lovely figure.
Very, yes. You both do.
Thank you.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Didn't think there ever was.
No.
There's
But
been
sometimes
a
a lady likes to
conversation
be
about the
complimented.
differences between us today, and for some reason, there's a certain half of the population that always comments.
Sorry to interrupt the roleplay, but what is this Aether Chronicles that I keep seeing? It is a roleplay. Roleplay. It's a VR chat roleplay based in a like high fantasy setting with magic and right now like a bit of like gunpowder / flintlock being added. But it's very like freeform improv of say about 100 or so people that are just getting together and having fun together in VR.
I win. Alright, I'm done.
She'll
I'm
get
ready
through
go
to you eventually. She did the same with me.
Right.
Granted, I like to think that my sense of humor is
tracking
much darker than hers, so it took her some time, just like I'm sure it will with yourself.
Well then, what's your sense of humor? Julia's told a joke, I've told a joke, but you haven't. So.
I abstain from this telling jokes.
I don't generally tell jokes. But I'll
Is it a
poke fun at
big
things
event?
that
Because
I
I'm just
find
watching a
amusing.
video and I got an ad about it on YouTube. Also, I'm new to VR chat, so I like to learn. I was watching a video, got an ad about. It's, well, we do events like every Monday, and there's also like modules for like missions that get posted. Like, think of it like a giant, like, think of it like playing like World of Warcraft or any like, or like Baldur's Gate as something similar, as like something recent that came out. But every player and NPC that you see in this world is actually played by real people. So there's actual people like making characters, and then if you go on modules, there's NPCs that are portrayed by the dungeon masters. Never played any of those games. Well, it's basically like D&D roleplay is all it
My
is.
sense of humor. That creature that she was talking about earlier this morning.
Yeah.
The blind one?
Yeah. It's
I might
it's
have specifically picked
it's
up
not
and moved a stool.
it's not big per se,
After it
but
had felt it
we
out.
do like we have a consistency, and it's very it's
And
very
then it
friendly
tripped it.
to new
And then
players
it
that are
tripped
looking
over it
to
later because
find a
it
place to
didn't know I
roleplay.
had moved it. Because I did so
Like
quietly.
practice role playing, get their feet wet, learn about it.
That sums up everything.
I suppose less of a joke and more of a prank.
I need to fix my. I feel like my webcam.
A little
is
mean,
really
I suppose.
Why does my webcam look like
Flicking
this?
little bits of bread at dusk here. Because I think it's amusing. And then watching her get worked up over it. I find that incredibly funny.
Why are you being?
A pigeon.
Oh, it is smaller.
I don't know.
That's why.
She still hasn't told me if she was born in the evening during a rainstorm.
Actually, Dawn Snow would be a good name for a bird.
Oh, I think maybe I know why this is being like this.
I guess it would be a raven.
It's because this is over here instead of over
I like the juxtaposition of a raven and snow.
where I normally
I
keep
really
it.
know crows, seeing as there's hundreds where I used to live, so...
Do you ever name any of them?
Not exactly.
Yes. Oh. Yes. Oh. My type of humor. Looking Asmodeus face to face and asking if he's aware that his eyes are the color of piss.
Aren't his eyes yellow?
Okay, there we go. It's like, why was it so tiny?
My eyes are yellow.
Deal with that.
You're gonna tell me my eyes
Deal
look
with
like
that
piss?
later. I'll just set that over there, out of my way.
Possibly.
I don't know if I can roleplay, but I can try my best and
To
act.
be honest, I would
yeah,
agree with
it's
you.
just
You're not
acting. It's
as
just
infuriating.
It's just pretending to be a different character.
Not as infuriating, I see. So
Like
you're still
creating a whole different personality.
Only when you're grumpy.
And they're dead. They're gone. Poofed. The Nexus stole them.
As I keep saying, I'm trying.
Doing fine. Hey, kid. I don't find you annoying.
Actually, I'll take care of it right now.
Grumpy sometimes.
I got my secret
yes.
way of doing
Annoying
things.
now. Asmodeus. He actually pisses me off sometimes.
Get down there.
Makes sense.
It's more that, like, how he treats women that really bothers me.
The way that he flirts with women
You would
constantly.
be surprised with how he treated Nat back in the day. He was actually apparently quite endearing.
It's
They
easier.
say he has a soft spot for things, but sometimes I don't see it, so...
Let's see.
I've known him for a long time, so... I begin to question what is real and what isn't real with him. If it's all just one big game, or he just never wants anyone to ever know what he's like.
Oh, it's definitely a game.
Yes, but for whom's sake is, or everyone else's?
Why not both?
Then I hardly think it's a game at that point. More
I mean,
just
he's got you
confusion.
guessing, doesn't he?
I don't exactly dwell over these thoughts all too often.
No, but you do dwell. And speaking from experience as someone who likes to play those sorts of games from time to time, that's enough.
My head hurts a little. Too many damn books.
It's spending too much time in the library.
Someone has to.
Think the wards are gonna fall?
No, and I hope not. Just gonna get some fresh
Where
air.
you headed?
The wards in the
I like
library.
my house, but I get
Oh.
cramped up every so often. Feel free to join me if you want.
Fair enough.
Things are just happening a bit too quickly. Once again. Random question. If there was a way to keep me here in Aether, rather than being forced back to the Feydark, would you help me on that?
I don't understand the question.
Sorry. I guess you probably didn't see the news, but my Archfey is coming to Aether in the next coming days. And of course, they've been requesting that I return to the Feydark constantly. So they're going to be speaking with Califax about it. And discussions might become heated. Me and Califax already came up with a few possibilities of how I could stay in Aether to at least find a better alternative solution to my Archfeys, or the issues I have at the Archfey.
Well,
And one of them was
what I will say
quite
that
intricate.
you speak as though I know what most of these things are. But if it's a matter of someone magicking you away, then what I will say is that I couldn't even stop myself from being magicked away.
It's not being magicked away, it's a political disagreement, if it were. And there's a way to avoid that.
Well, then just tell them no and tell them to go fuck off.
Then would have trouble having assassins showing up all the time in Aether and causing conflict of their own.
They can't do anything to you here.
It's my own courts, so they actually can do quite a lot. Even the protections of Aether go so far.
They physically cannot hurt you.
I am... How do I put it? Even while I'm still a member of the courts, anything with the crystal being consent-wise is forced upon me. I cannot deny my consent if they are to attack me. Because they are still my own court, and I'm still a part of them. It's quite difficult to explain.
That makes no sense.
It's a bit of a curse.
Well, I don't know anything about this curse, but I how? Why?
It's just something that was... Oh, you think my heterochromia was natural?
No?
No, my eyes
Do I
are
look
naturally
stupid?
blue. Yeah. Everyone would assume that my heterochromia is natural, but no, that is the curse put upon me.
That doesn't look natural at all.
Especially not with the mana burn scarred around it now.
No, I was going to talk about the specific shape of your pupil
okay.
is not the same shape. Very clearly something weird happening there.
Yeah, the way
Doesn't take an expert in
Asmodeus put it is a
observation to-
goat eye, I guess.
Maybe, I don't know. Regardless, I don't know how to break your curse, and if you
It's
can't tell
not
them
a curse that I
anything-
can break. I'm not asking you to help me with that regard.
Well, then what the fuck do you want me to do? How am I supposed to help you in this situation? You want me to go and tell them to fuck off? Because I can do that, but that's not going to get me anywhere. Because then they'll go, no, fuck you. Whoever you are. I'm glad they tell them to fuck off, but...
never mind.
I don't really know what you want me to do.
I want to say it, but I can't say it because...
Do you want me to stab you? Because this will be the second time you've asked me to do that.
I've probably asked you more than twice to either hit me or attack me in any shape or another. And you still haven't done it, so...
3 times, specifically.
I've been counting to 5 now. Several times in Redwall as well, but I'm not going to count those.
Okay, hitting you is one thing. I'm specifically talking about asking me to kill you.
I don't even think I asked you to kill me, unless it was regards to the demon.
I don't know, my sword's right there. I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Right. Right, I don't want to sound very dumb when I say this, but... Okay.
I'll do it right
no,
now.
No. Alright. Fine. I'll explain. For the solutions that Califax and myself have come up with as ways of keeping me here for a long time solution. One is there's currently a record for the disease that I'm currently undergone. Not contagious. Again, it's already explained that as well. That's trying to be cured by doctor and everyone else.
Are you diseased or cursed?
Both, yes. I have a curse and I have a disease now. It's brought upon me.
Sorry for allowing me to butt in this. You're diseased, cursed, haunted, a criminal, anything else you
Not a criminal. Oh my god, why does everyone keep...
You have a wanted poster and you walk by.
The wanted poster is no longer there!
You proceed to walk by
She
us
does have
too,
a
making
point.
us accomplices.
She does have a
The wanted poster, they took it down.
Why did you do it? Did you rip it off? Finally figured it was a bad idea to stop parading around it?
No, in fact, everyone else did. I have seen Julian burn it up several times. I've noticed Rayo actually tear it down. Zyra the blacksmith also tore it down. A lot of people around Aether just kind of stopped the assassins from posting it.
I don't think any of them stopped them from posting them.
I just kept on
stopped
destroying.
them being kept up.
Yes.
I don't know. That's enough
So-
to persuade them, though.
So there's the disease. That's one option, but
Big
that would be
shit.
like a couple of weeks until a cure is made, and then they would return. Option 2, which was brought up by Califax, was a curse of soul binding, where I could soul bind myself to a person or a place or an object here in Aether to keep myself for a long term and have a escape if needed. The third option is something I brought up, which is only specific to my court. And that is if I were to marry someone here in Aether. Not looking at you.
Well, Sin, you're
Game of Thrones kind of. Yes, that is still the
For the
case.
sake of us both, I'm not
Oh,
going to even
oh, you
remotely
mean
say what I'm thinking.
I mean, Sin is rather handsome.
Just shut up.
Consent on violence. Yeah, there's a like an anti-PvP or player versus player rule. Well, in Aether. This is my graduation.
Fine. If you have something to say, Dusk, say it. You obviously do.
Well, I think I've already said my piece. I don't think there's anything more to say.
She needs someone to marry her.
Marry Asmodeus.
I'm not marrying a vampire!
Oh shit, yeah. Well, beggars can't be choosers! Jeez.
My thoughts exactly. And I know
Besides,
he's
he's
always
rich.
looking for more.
He's rich off of
So he knows
cheap-ass wine.
It's not cheap.
You
I heard.
really
It's like
think that
300
cheap-ass
gold.
wine is the
No, I
main
mean it's
source of
cheap as in disgusting.
Do you know
And it's
every
not-
bit of his wine is all the exact same? That's the joke. Well, not even a joke. It's just the way he
Yeah.
practices his business.
Yeah.
If it wasn't already obvious.
Oh, I don't know. I've never drank it.
I tried one, and then I tried the other, and then immediately realized they were the same thing. I never said anything, but
Just a
I realized
different
how funny
bottle
it
and
was
label
that
on them.
again. As he puts it, his father crushes grapes in an alternate dimension, and then obviously makes it, so I don't know.
Probably the same dimension where it gets all those fucking bats. Maybe the bats do the crushing. It's bat wine.
Exactly why you should consider marrying him.
No. Nope.
You know, seeing as this is a potential life or death situation, you are being very picky right now.
But do you want me to choose?
You can choose Asmodeus and save your skin. You don't have to love him. You're doing it because you need basically to get out of this situation. Is that not good enough? Or am I talking nonsense?
He has a point.
I'm giving you a way out, Dusk.
I'm sure if I even approached him with the question. I doubt
don't
he
know,
would
aren't you, like,
even.
nobility somewhere?
Yes, I'm the next archfey
That's the one
in
that's
line
listed.
for my court. Yes.
Yeah, then you're already.
I don't even think he wants to do anything with Faye anyway.
Just don't tell him. Just tell him that you're royalty and that. Fucking. You know.
You act as if this has to be some sort of permanent connection you're going to have with him, where you have to spend time with him.
I can do something completely different with my music.
know how
I have different
nobility
musics.
works where you come from, Dust, but from what at
Fucking
least I have learned of nobility,
fucking
some
play
marry just for the sole
She's
sake of
Sanny.
title, and they never see each other ever again. And if you're worried about anybody knowing, you could almost literally have it quite in secret. I mean, to be fair, it is as the day.
Yes, eloping. Eloping is a great thing.
Yes. Oh yes, no, you absolutely, and maybe he'd be even more
God, I changed.
interested. If it was a secret lover,
See, there's no
you've
sea
just
shanty
been too,
RuneScape.
bashful to come forward until now. In this moment,
Gonna throw up.
and you've harbored secret feelings for this man.
So say, what do you value more, Dusk? Your life or your pride?
If it comes to Asmodeus, probably my pride. Don't think I'd be very.
Fine then. Be a dead woman.
Then die.
What? Kids rest, drink some water. Where's my water
You already
bottle?
sit with hard choices, Dusk. I'm giving you an answer for one of them. And you only stand to gain from it. As if
Gain
you were
what?
going to care that you are married from Asmodeus. Oh no, you're married to a rich, evil vampire. That's so funny.
I'm fine. No, I'm fine. It's how I play my character.
He has a point.
I'll keep it in mind. Look, I have 2 days until until they actually arrive.
2 days isn't exactly a lot of time.
Better hop to it.
To say, if anything, yeah, if you intend to proclaim marriage to him, you might want to do so, because obviously, depending on how finicky your court is, they're going to want proof.
Not what I was getting at, but whatever. Figure either be brave enough to do it next week, or just say it right now. I was gonna ask you, but you brought up that question. Well, cat's out of the bag. There you go. Oh no, you're fine. No, this is I've been
that why you
going
were asking
I've been
before?
going through for 32 episodes of this. It's fine. Sorry?
Is that why you were asking before?
Before what?
Is that why you were asking Julia about Rose?
Yes, it was. It's I've been asking a lot of people. I asked Sin as well. And John and Kelly. And now Julia as well.
And what did Julia have to say?
Well, the only advice she gave me was not to get in your way. I already do that a bit too much.
Talia never needed to get in my way. I don't think she ever could. Or at least.
Yeah, I know it sounds very stupid.
Yeah, it does.
That's what feelings are. They're pretty stupid when they keep them bundled up inside, and then when they all come out, it sounds even dumber. Is this a series? I thought this was more of a 24/7 world. No, every week.
She was my first and only partner.
Not trying to take anything away from it.
Yeah, no, I would hope you wouldn't be that stupid.
I didn't want to tell you unless it was actually dire need. My proper reasoning for actually telling you would have been if I actually took a blade for you. If I sacrificed my life to save yours, that's when I would have said it. You have a good night.
You know, I need some air. I'll be outside.
Feel free to stay here if you like. I'm heading out, though. I've dwelled for far too long, and I need to go back to my research.
Was I in the wrong? Should I have just not said anything at all?
I'm not exactly the one to ask about these things. But if you're telling me to deny you what you feel for her, I'd say no. But even I'm capable of seeing there's something behind those eyes of hers. And sadly, you may never get out of her what you seek.
Thank you for stopping by. Hi. Hi, Jack. I guess you saw the other side of the coin. I think Sizzle just full crashed. Yeah, there's all full gone. I need something a little bit sadder now. This is why I have an emotional playlist. Yep. She left her sword here. Who's still here in the world? Got 3 DMs? Is Curry is still here, but I don't know if he's probably back in the spawn box. And there goes Febreze. No, a toy. There we go. Probably the dumbest thing I could ever say, but in-character actions have in-character consequences. Cregon would still be here, but he probably...
And apparently it's a dumb idea to do that with something that displays it using magical light.
Yeah, I don't recommend
sorry to
staring at
interrupt.
anything magical.
If you guys could take it more this way.
Yes,
Of course.
Is there a sample of the blood?
Yeah, there is, right? Are they right here?
Yeah, those 2 vials on the counter, that's the sample
I
from
want
both
to make
cases.
sure that this won't be detrimental to them before attempting it. He's going to attempt to, if the heat affinity is present in the blood, he's just going to try and drain all of the heat magic out of the blood. Seeing if it can starve the infection.
Summoned a bunch of teleporting dogs. And then lo and behold, they teleported.
As you do so, it seems to almost kill the blood. As the cells die off,
This is my bed. I go to sleep right here.